Yeah, this is a marathon week. I've got Venice.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the workshop titled May 16th, 2023. It is 8:30 sharp. We have a full day, and we are going to start with the PLC update. We have a list of people: Amy Archer, Amy Beachy, Carol K. Brown, Ryan Chase, and David Jones. Take it away.
Good morning, board chair, board members, Dr. Foster, and Mr. Dugan. I am Carol K. Brown, the Director of Leadership Development. Sarasota County Schools has embarked on an amazing journey with the professional learning community process. A professional learning community is not a packaged box program, but a system that is designed to provide a space for collaboration, continuous learning, data-informed instructional decisions, and reflective practices that lead to increasing student achievement. I am here today with my esteemed colleagues, Amy Archer, Principal of Garden Elementary, Ryan Chase, Principal of Brookside Middle, David Jones, Principal of Sarasota High, and Amy Beachy, Elementary Curriculum Specialist, to share with you our journey to implement a system that will impact on Sarasota County Schools for years to come. The journey began in March of 2022 with the focus on the pillars of the PLC system: mission, vision, values, and goals. We partnered with Solution Tree experts to ensure the professional learning was authentic, grounded in research-based content, and specifically tailored to the needs of our districts, schools, and culture. Building on the foundation of the pillars, the work continued with the lens on the three big ideas: ensuring that students learn, a culture of collaboration, and a focus on the results. As a learning organization, we want to develop and sustain systems that will positively impact student achievement as well as our culture. According to Peter Senge, with respect to organizational learning, the systems approach fosters aspiration, develops reflective conversation, and understands complexity in order to build a better learning organization. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Amy Beachy.
Good morning, everyone. So we are here this morning. We just wanted to tell you a little bit about the work that we've completed thus far and where we hope to go in the future. So as we begin that, we just wanted to speak a little bit about the mission of the PLC. As we think of the mission, the term sounds very simplistic. It's about every child reaching the bar or going through the bar. But as we look at what Solution Tree actually provides for us, it's a systematic process for complex change. So while it sounds simple, there are so many components embedded within this, and we wanted to share some of those pieces with you today. Okay. As we're listening to the group present today, you're going to hear words like ensure. You're going to hear high levels of learning. You'll hear words like impact and evidence. And to me, these key terms that are embedded within the professional learning community are really what will lead to action for our teachers. And it's that learning that's provided throughout this process that really turns those terms into true action. So as we define what a PLC is, it's a professional learning community, which is an ongoing process for educators working collaboratively in recurring cycles of collective inquiry and action research to achieve better results for the students they serve. Professional learning communities operate under the assumption that the key to improved learning for students is continuous job-embedded learning for educators. And that job-embedded learning, it's teachers working collaboratively as a team to really enhance their content knowledge and their practice and pedagogy. And to me, it's this entire process is really an investment in our teachers, because ultimately we know what has the greatest factor on student achievement. It's that highly effective teacher in front of our students every day. And that's what this process is really cultivating throughout the year. So as I move forward, as Carol mentioned, the three big ideas are really what serves as our anchor point for the PLC. And with that focus on learning, it has the school agree upon a fundamental purpose that learning's at the center, meaning that everything we do as a school community will cultivate that high level of learning and support that high level of learning. The collaborative culture, again, as a school community, we agree to work together, and it is our group mission to ensure that every single child has that opportunity. And then with the focus on results, this to me is where the power comes in, because it's always based on evidence. The teacher teams, the administration are constantly charged to look at evidence of impact based on what we have presented to our students, what we've done with our staff, how do we measure the results. And what we did with our principals, I'll be showing you in just a moment of how we measured results this year. But going back to the work of the collaborative team, it's anchored in the 4 critical questions you see on slide 5. Those questions are, number 1, what do we need our students to learn? And that question is important. It's asking the teacher teams to determine what is absolutely essential for our students to master to go forward successfully into the next grade or course. So the team, during that process, it's really a clarification of that standard. The team agrees upon what those essential learnings will be, what they look like, what they sound like, and how are they going to measure that proficiency. And that clarity is what really brings fidelity to the entire process, because ultimately it won't matter what teacher your child is in front of, because that team as a collaborative unit has all agreed upon how that standard looks, the rigor of that standard, and the best practices for those students to engage in that standard. As we go to question 2, how will we know when students are learning it? That's the bar. We are defining exactly what that bar looks like for every child, regardless of any disability or any other factor that may appear to impede instruction. What we determine is, how do we reach every single child? We know that not every child learns at the same rate. We know that they don't learn all in the same way. And what this process does for us is it guarantees a systematic process in place through master schedule, through processes and protocols, that we have the pieces to reach every child successfully. Then moving to question 3, it's what will we do if they don't learn? And that's really, as we move forward to talk about RTI taking action today, we'll get more into that piece of how we'll respond to that. And then lastly, what will we do if they've already learned it? So again, within this process, it's not only focused on how we ensure reteaching or strategic intervention, but also enrichment and extension to have every child reach their fullest potential. So on slide 6, you'll notice what we've accomplished so far. What were our priorities? What were we wanting to accomplish? And how did we measure that? So as Carol mentioned, the work so far was all about learning and building a fundamental culture at the school site. And you'll notice on slide 7, there's a lot of color on that slide. And it's actually a picture of this assessment that we've done. At our last principals meeting, we used those 3 big ideas. And you can see there's a multitude of indicators per each big idea that really defines the work of those 3 questions. And we asked our administrators to evaluate, based on this initial learning we've completed, where are you in this process? Haven't started that component yet. We're just starting to talk about it. We've began to implement. We're starting to see some results from that, or it's highly embedded in our culture. So when you see all the gray on the screen, those are components that they've begun to address. And you can see, as I mentioned, it was a system for complex change. There's a lot of indicators up there. So it is a system that takes several years to perfect, but you can see where we're headed right now. So this we'll use as a reoccurring tool to measure our progress a year after year going forward, is the initial plan. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our principals to tell you a little bit about our work this year.
So good morning again, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Foster, Patrick. Always great to be able to present before you. And like typically when I'm here, I'm pretty passionate about what I'm presenting about. And I wanted to step back and kind of give you the 30,000-foot view. In other words, all of these things we're talking about, what does that mean? And why solution tree? Why all of this? And I want to tell you, there's not a day that goes by that I don't get at least 3 emails from people that talk about the ultimate professional development. And professional development kind of falls into 2 categories. And the first is what I call the one-shot wonder, and that's these emails. This is guaranteed to improve your reading scores. This will inspire your staff. Are you dealing with staff morale? And we get them all the time. And the interesting thing about it, as tempting as they might be, you hire these people, and educators as a whole, we get caught in this culture of what I call initiative-itis. This is our initiative this year. And you begin to see teachers' eyes roll. This too shall pass. So what's the difference between what we're approaching here? Instead of the one-shot wonder that it proposes to put the zing in amazing, this instead becomes an authentic cycle. And let me just give you a brief example. Imagine you have a bunch of geometry teachers. They've done what Amy has said. They've identified some absolutely essential standards, and by that meaning that this is important that every kid achieves at this level of competency. How are we going to measure that? Well, we're going to create an assessment prior to even teaching it that is going to measure how well the kids have mastered it. Now, our teachers are going to give those common assessments at the same time, same day. The way they teach, the way they approach getting there is entirely their own. That's what we call loose. But the kids take this assessment. Now, in many cases, we would just record their scores, move on, and have a happy day. 20% of the kids failed, 20% of the kids achieved an A, and we don't do anything that moves us forward. On the other hand, if this is a formative assessment, now that group of geometry teachers gathers together, and we begin to compare data. How did your kids do? How did they do on this standard? How did they do on this question? And we begin to have very transparent, vulnerable conversations where I can look at Mr. Chase and go, "What? Your kids absolutely destroyed it. They did awesome, but my kids didn't do nearly as well on that. What did you do?" And we begin to have these professional dialogues that I am convinced, from my own experience in the past, are far more valuable than any of those one-shot wonder PDs. This is just scratching the surface, because now, what are we going to do? Well, we haven't codified it yet. We're going to go back and we're going to make sure that I apply some of the things that I've learned from Mr. Chase, make sure that my students get it. And before we do a summative assessment, this is where the whole RTI process that you learned about, or we heard about last week or 2 weeks ago, is so critical. It's absolutely embedded in this. So we have that opportunity to catch those kids who haven't missed it without compromising their in-class time. I mean, that's critical to it. Now, why solution tree? I don't want to go too long on this. I can't stand non-practitioners delivering professional development. In other words, boy, I was a hot shot and I'm a good speaker, so I'm going to deliver PD. Well, where's the accountability? They come in, they deliver the workshop, we leave inspired, and then what? Every single person that is delivered to us is a practitioner. They've moved a school forward. They have shown how it can be done. They have the data to prove it. They have the wherewithal to know, how do you guide a David Jones at Sarasota High School to do this effectively? So I'm very excited about moving it forward, and I thank you for your time. It's my privilege to turn it over to Ryan Chase now.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here. So I want to talk a little bit about what we've done at Brookside this year and why this work has been so valuable. So as David was saying, in creating those teams of teachers that have been working to look at data and analyze that, what it's really about, and what we've been working on this year, is about creating that culture where that's a possibility. And so at Brookside, it's really been, for us, about creating systems that allow for that culture to exist, where we believe that learning is a process, right? So we tell our students all the time that it's okay to fail, right? It's okay to make a mistake, except adults don't always feel that way at a school. And so we've been teaching our staff that learning is a process. It's the same thing for adults, that we have to inspire them to understand that learning process. So we're building that culture on campus, where success, that at part of that process is success and struggle, that there's room for vulnerability on campus, especially when you're in a room with other teachers, and traditionally you've not always shared your data and said, I need help, that you have to be vulnerable with people, right? To say, I need you to tell me what you're doing so that I can help my students, where you have to trust people, that you can share that information, where we have to model that for our students to say, not only am I asking you to show me what you need, but I'm doing the same thing with my team, guys. That goes so far for our students. And where we grow leaders in this process, where not only do we have the same people as leaders all the time, but we grow new leaders, different leaders on campus that can inspire students and inspire our staff. So on the slide previously, it talked about that we don't go to a PLC, we are a PLC. So it's not just a meeting you go to. You don't just check it off on a list, right? It's the same thing. It is a process, not a program. And so if we're going to revamp an entire campus, we have to look at the culture first. We have to understand the why before the how. We have to say, why do we want to do this before we tell them how to do it? And so we are building that system and that infrastructure on campus so that we can accelerate learning for all. And we talked about learning being, we do focus on all students. There is no excuse for not learning, right? So you can say, well, this student has a disability, or this student has this, or this student has this. But the reality is, we expect all students to learn at a high level. That's what we're here for. And I watch all the meetings, and I know what you expect, and the expectations that all students are learning at a high level. And what we have to do is provide our teachers the tools to be able to do that. And so I'm not in that classroom teaching that class, but I sure need to be able to coach my staff and give them the ability to do that. And really, the answers are when they're collectively working together and looking at data and being able to problem solve that together. But it starts with that culture on campus where they have the ability to do so. And so successful efforts we've seen so far this year that we've been working hard on is building that guiding coalition, that team, where we can make instructional decisions together. We analyzed data from results, and we implemented a professional development plan in second semester based on the needs of staff and data that we analyzed from students. We utilized some Jumpstart dollars to provide additional planning time for staff to analyze student data, and then also to provide additional assessments for students. And we even started Tier 2 intervention groups for students, identifying what their needs are, and then staff were providing additional interventions for students. It was a start. We're just now kind of providing that additional help based on the work that we've been doing, but what we're looking forward to next year is really amplifying that work, taking our culture and making sure that we can provide more work for students. We also want to realign our mission and vision to be more focused on learning for all. And we want to make sure that we provide that for students, and we want to increase the impact of our interventions for all students for next year. So really what it started with this year was focusing on a culture for all and building the infrastructure to move forward so that we can have those conversations and impact everybody on campus. So I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I'm going to hand it over to Amy Archer.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Amy Archer. It's a privilege to be here today, and it's a privilege to lead in our district. Throughout the last year and a half, I've witnessed teachers, leaders, and students embrace a culture of continuous growth and improvement as we have increased our understanding of what it means to become a professional learning community. We're a high-achieving district. Our data shows that most students will respond to Tier 1 and Tier 2 instruction and demonstrate growth over the school year to meet grade level expectations. However, some students require intensive remediation and must demonstrate accelerated growth to address skill deficits and to work towards closing the gap to support reaching proficiency. Our current systems and processes are not designed to address the need for growth and accelerated growth. Collective inquiry to problem solving and a commitment to continuous improvement with a focus on results are needed to move the needle. Growth alone isn't enough to close the gap. The purpose of Tier 1 instruction is to provide all students with access to essential grade-level curriculum and essential initial teaching with high-impact instructional strategies. Tier 2 instruction is additional time to support learning of grade-level standards. Tier 3 instruction is intensive intervention provided by the most highly trained staff in the targeted areas of need. At the elementary level, you'll see the charts on the slide. We use K through 5 targeted progress monitoring data points to enhance teacher clarity to define the bar. Those are the proficiency targets. Intentional efforts are taken to protect all core instructional blocks so that all students receive instruction on grade level. Collaborative planning time is spent discussing the implementation of those high-impact instructional strategies focused on essential standards and the use of common assessments to measure performance. The master schedule at most, if not all, elementary schools in our district have designated blocks for core instruction and a separate block of time for supplemental support for students in need of remediation and/or extension. At Garden Elementary, we call this WIN, our WIN time, which stands for What Individuals Need. And after learning more about the PLC process, efforts have been taken to create a WIN team. Our WIN team consists of teachers who have received specialized training to provide research-based instructional interventions to support accelerated growth for students whose data places them in the intensive or strategic problem-solving range on the progress monitoring charts. Members of our WIN team have been trained in high-impact programs such as Reading Recovery, the Numeracy Initiative, Orton-Gillingham, Leveled Literacy Interventions. We have a team of highly trained staff working collaboratively to accelerate the growth of students who fall in our lower quartile, so our core teachers can focus their instructional expertise on grade level standards. This model supports growth and accelerated growth. The RTI That Works Coaching Academy that is built into the professional development proposal will build capacity of this model at all schools in our district. An analogy that I have found helpful to support this structure is one from the medical field. We go to our primary care physician for wellness exams. If there's a need for more specialized treatment, we're referred to a cardiologist, a dermatologist, an allergist. Our current system sets our teachers up to be the primary care physician, the allergist, the cardiologist, and the dermatologist, making them feel at times that they're in the ER, in triage. The PLC process and RTI That Works cultivates a culture that leverages systems and processes to achieve desired results. For all students to learn at grade level or higher, schools must have training, structures, and staff in place to drive continuous improvement for the academic success of every learner every day. And Carol's going to tell us a little bit more about the proposal and what it entails.
So, moving forward, our goal is to build leadership capacity through professional learning with our Solution Tree partners at summer and monthly PLC and AP meetings, which include district-based administrators and specialists. I skipped too early. Is that Global PD? Oh, skip to Global PD, but I'll skip down. So, Global PD is a digital learning resource that fosters continuous shared learning among teams at school and district level. The digital learning resource provides our teams with access to hundreds of videos, mini courses, playlists, ebooks, and the Solution Tree magazine, All Things PLC. Our project administrators. Sarasota County Schools collaborate with 2 Solution Tree project administrators. The project administrators are team members who support our district in various areas to ensure that the implementation of the PLC process is successful. They assist with designing a scope and sequence to implement research-based content, identifying presenters and trainers that will facilitate professional development that is strategically aligned to meet the needs of our district, schools, and teachers, and connecting with resources that reinforce the foundation of professional learning communities and provide support throughout the process. Also, school-based teams will attend the RTI Work Academy. The Academy supports a culture of sharing knowledge and responsibility, designs and executes a plan of action for the implementation of the MTSS system and sustainability. Amy Beachy will share more details regarding the interconnectivity of the PLC framework and the RTI MTSS system.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So what you see on on the screen right now is the pyramid that represents the tiers of instruction through the RTI at Work model. Quite often when you see an intervention, a depiction of the pyramid, it's shaped the other way. In this case, Solution Tree decided to point the pyramid down because, again, often when that pyramid was the opposite way, it was showing all students kind of moving on a path towards special education. And this model is really designed for prevention, and it puts Tier 1 at the top. So Tier 1 is that quality, high-level instruction that we receive every single day. And a strength of this model is Tier 2 is directly tied to those priority essential standards at Tier 1. So when we say we're guaranteeing students in need of extra time and support for those Tier 1 targets, that's where we apply that time is in Tier 2. So again, taking that clarity of the goal from Tier 1 and providing that extra time and assistance at Tier 2. So when we think about PLC and RTI and how they interconnect, PLC, again, at its core is that focus on culture and building collaborative structures for that high-quality Tier 1. And we know it's anchored in those 4 questions. So the questions 3 and 4, what do we do when students don't learn, is where really RTI in action comes into place. The RTI Coaching Academy is actually a year-long professional learning experience. Throughout that year, there are 6 different days of professional learning that targets each tier of instruction. So we look at Tier 1 in establishing that core of what we would like every child to receive for that high quality instruction. Going on to Tier 2, we learn the processes and procedures for establishing that Tier 2 access. And then Tier 3 is that specialized targeted training where that specialist comes into play that Ms. Archer had mentioned. And you'll notice that on the pyramid, it's divided into both gray and white components. That white components are the areas that anchor our teachers' work. So you notice it's in Tier 1 and Tier 2. There are experts in our grade level standards, and there are experts to continue that learning when students just need more time to reach that grade level target. On the opposite side in the gray, you can see the school-wide responsibilities filter through all levels of instruction from Tier 1 to Tier 2 to Tier 3, and it outlines that. What I appreciate about this model is that we've mentioned as a group, this is about complex change. And when we think of complex change, there's 5 key indicators for change to be successful. That includes vision, skills, incentives, resources, and an action plan. And when we think about vision, our work this year by learning and doing, it created that vision for us. Where do we want to go as a district to provide that high quality learning environment for our students? The skills, I feel, are what this handbook is designed to do. It's called RTI in Action. It gives us that action plan step by step. It provides protocols for each team to work through to bring each of these tiers of instruction to life. And when we think about, Ryan mentioned the why behind it all, that's that incentive bucket that we need for change. We want our educators to realize when we work as a collaborative team together, we learn from each other, we grow from each other, and ultimately our students are going to achieve at a higher level. And then again, another component that Solution Tree brings to us is those last 2 components of the change for resources and the action plan. It fills our bucket with high quality educational research that makes it doable for teachers by the protocols it provides. It gives us a framework that makes the work actionable and ready for teachers to access. So on the final slide there, it's a breakdown of those specific actions that happen at Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, and those are the learning targets of the RTI Academy. So I hope that provided a good background for you, but we would love to address any specific questions that you may have in regard to this support.
Thank you so much. Board members, are there any questions? No, there are no questions?
No.
I'm surprised by that, but
I pressed the button.
Mrs. Marinelli. That's okay.
Thank you. I'm not used to pressing buttons. Anyway, thank you very much for the presentation, and I really applaud how you've taken the RTI process all these years and and made it work for what's going on today. So I do have 2 questions for you, and I want you to be very truthful, not give the answer that you think people in this room might want, but truthful. Do you have the staff to provide the level of support to the teachers to implement this model?
When it comes to the intervention, when it comes to that tier 3 intervention,
All of it, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, the whole thing, do you have the staff
so I know
to implement this?
I know there are schools right now, like Miss Archer is a great example of that. The WIN team that she's established has put that group of experts together.
The staff that we're using are some of the staff members that are funded with the ESSER funds. And so that's where that structure is created, because we have those additional staff members to create a team to impact K through 5 at Tier 3. If we
Okay.
lost those positions or the ability to have that structure, then at the elementary level, we would not have the staff.
So even though we have a year, I want
Right.
you guys to be thinking what we can do to make sure this goes forward. Because, I hate when we have something that works and we don't have the staff and it's gone. So be thinking of what you need for next year when those ESSER funds are gone.
We are doing that, and we're also trying, we're measuring the impact, but also trying to see some of the positions that we already have allocated, how can we use them in a manner that's going to build capacity to really address the needs for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3.
Well, and I'm glad, but I also know when you keep piling things on to
Yeah.
existing staff, then it's
Yes.
too much.
Yes.
So that's why I'm really questioning that, because I feel like that's part of my responsibility is if it's working and you have the data that shows it's working, then I need to support it.
And I would agree that that specialist at tier 3 is really critical. So to have funding that would support and solidify that position, I think is really important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I have one more. Who is monitoring the global PD, that it has the appropriate materials for students that align with the Florida standards and the legislative mandates?
The Global PD is actually a administrator resource, teacher resource. It's not for students. What we find within that are ebooks, similar to Taking Action and a Learning by Doing, but there's an array of additional resources that support that. You'll find books like It's All About Time. How do we best structure our master schedule to meet that? You'll find books that The Best of Tier 1. So providing strategies and resources for teachers when they're saying, what are some things we could bring to our Tier 1 to make it stronger, or bring to our Tier 2 that's proven effective? It's a resource bank for when teachers are going through each step of implementation, that there's additional high-quality educational research available and video support for that. So you can see some of those solution tree presenters go in and present some of that content as well. In addition, there's lots of the resources that we referred to for the protocols to put this to work. So for example, in that Tier 1 collaborative planning time, a team could find a frame of how to analyze their common assessment data. And it takes them through that protocol. So those are the types of resources that are there. It's to support the professional practice.
Well, I appreciate that, because I, as we all know, there have been things in, whether it's supplemental or whatever, that does not align.
Correct.
And I don't want our teachers to be set up, or anybody else to be set up for that. We're not following all the mandates. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to just comment on your first question as well, because it's so insightful to ask that. And for me at the high school level, more of a concern isn't the staff, but the time. And as we work together with the school board and figure this all out, if you think about it, for us to be accredited at the high school, we have to have 45-minute classes times 180 days. That's the minimum. And so when we're talking about Tier 2 interventions, and I alluded to this earlier, we're talking great instruction at Tier 1. Now, a certain number of kids won't have achieved it. The biggest mistake that could be made is to pull kids out of that instruction so they're missing the next lessons so that we can get them up to speed on the previous one. That's a model destined to fail. So it takes a lot of creative work to do that. And some of our high schools in the collaborative process have become very creative at this. But that's one of those resources and stuff that we would like to engage with the board on, particularly when it comes to the high school level.
Yeah, and Mr. Jones is right, and we're looking at ways that we can be creative in the master schedule next year for intervention work, and if we can build periods in naturally where we don't pull students out of core instruction, but have time built in for Tier 2, where students can be identified during the school day, and then still receive Tier 2 instruction where they don't miss additional time, but receive additional help for something like math or reading from a trained teacher, specialized in reading support. But to answer the question of do we have enough people to do the work, it's a challenge, I would say, at secondary a little bit because of reading certifications, things like that. But what we really need is the training, and to be able to provide that work in a meaningful way. We have great people. I would speak for my staff. We have amazing people. But to be able to provide the time, which we're looking in the master schedule of do we have the availability to do that, like even if it's one period, but we can, kind of rotate through if we can. And if not, how can we be creative about it? We are problem solvers in education, and we'll find a way to do it if not. But capacity is definitely part of the equation.
Well, thank you, and I want you guys to think about it and come with a plan. Don't wait till like April and May when we're already but we're talking like December, so we can all plan and when all of this goes down. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rose.
Thank you. I agree, Mr. Jones. I think that over the years, in my perception, planning just gets reduced. And we can teach more time during the day, but it doesn't do any good if they're not getting it, and we can't provide Tier 2 types of things, and scheduling is at the heart of that, and staff to do it. This board has, looked at providing reinforcers for teachers at our Title I schools and for teachers for exceptional student education, and I'm a firm believer and will look at feedback in the future for reading endorsements, not necessarily certifications, but I think when you get to 4th grade to 12th grade, if you aren't teaching the reading skills with the content, you are more often than not getting to where they need intervention and aren't getting it in that Tier 1 instruction. So those are things also to look at. How can we continue to support the amount of planning time needed and the skills that teachers need at that secondary level, actually intermediate at the elementary schools? My food for thought for you as we go forward. My question is, has there been any formal teacher feedback of surveys after the first year of this, of where they felt the challenges were or the successes or how smooth or how they loved it or wanted to go away? Is there any district formal feedback on the PLCs? Not that I'm a strong advocate of professional learning communities, so it's just looking to see where our teachers are right now.
So we did a survey at the beginning, and we're getting ready to do the survey now to see where we are, since we're coming towards the end of the year. Solution Tree provides a survey for us that hits all the big pieces, the big ideas, so we're ready to roll that out now.
Well, from, just my individual standpoint, I would want to see that survey before I look to go forward. Not that I don't think it has promise to, because professional learning communities are a positive from whichever angle, but I think that that's important that is included as we move into next year. And the second question, just keep in mind planning time and the reading piece and the data. You talked about data, and I don't feel like we can go far without it. One piece of the big picture, who in your schools is collecting the data? Where is it located? How is it being used in a PLC? And who's monitoring all that? Because the data piece for me has been kind of unclear. Hence, I know we had data coaches at one point. So how, because you had that page on data, and could school board members see data housed somewhere?
So I can speak to that at the elementary level. We use the cut points from the progress monitoring charts, and they are incorporated into a spreadsheet that's conditional formatted. It has conditional formatting to change the color of the cells based on the student response. Each teacher has their own page, so they can analyze their own classroom data to make sure that 70% or more of their students are responding to that Tier 1 instruction and identify students that may need Tier 2. In addition to that, at Garden, we take the teacher pages and consolidate to one grade level page. To then, we have a TOSA, a teacher on special assignment, who serves as a data coach. She helps us guide and facilitate the collaborative planning time to triangulate the data. So we're able to do sorts and then identify teacher groups for teachers where they need to address Tier 1 issues. And then we also use that data to identify the students that fall in that strategic problem-solving area to implement more intentional and frequent interventions for those students.
Mrs. Archer, you've shown that you can do all this with your data, and you're great, an excellent answer, and you've made use of your staff, and you have a TOSA. What about Brookside and Sarasota High School? Who is housing, triangulating, doing a grade level? How are you taking benefit of that data? Who's doing that?
I forgot to say, we keep ours on Teams, so everyone has access to it.
So that's a great question, right? And so as we refine this PLC work, the beauty is that teachers design their own common formative assessments, and the data is housed on Team. And that'll be as we get better and better and better at this work. So we provided teachers time to create their own common formative assessments through half-day PLC additional time. But in terms of where are we now, so I'll give you an example of what one of the things we did. So one of the beauty that lies in the new FAST test is that the data is quick. So for example, data is live pretty much. So when we did PM2, progress monitoring 2 for FAST, the results came back pretty quick. So we put the data together along with our instructional facilitator on campus. We presented the data at our guiding coalition meeting, which is all of our leaders, instructional leaders on campus. We discussed it, we looked at trends. Then that was brought back to all the individual teams, all of them. And so we pushed into those teams with the instructional facilitator, with the permission, along with our IB coordinator as well, since we're an IB school, and talked about how that can relate. So it's being, we work together as a whole team, but then it's also brought down to the team level and the individual level based on, so like 6th grade ELA, 6th grade math, 7th grade math, looking individually at students and data. So, we work to help kind of put it together, but it is looked at whole school and then also in a small group setting as well.
So do I hear you correctly that Mrs. Tatchney and Mrs. DeWitt are doing the job of a data coach?
So we work together with them to do that, and then they help push in with our teams as well, yes. And then the teachers also, the nice thing about the FAST portal is the teachers can access their own data as well and be able to look at that as a collaborative team in their meetings.
So FAST has a portal at the elementary, in the middle, and your data's pretty live. And you've set up teams, support, instructional, that are really organizing that data by collaborative team, by grade level.
Yeah, what you do is you have to attach the student to teacher, so we create it by their period, so they can look at it by period, but then they can get together and say, how are your students doing? How are my students? So that's obviously by progress monitoring, but then they can also look individually by how students are doing, on more common formative assessment data. But if you wanted to see data now, that's what it would be.
So very impressive. How at the elementary, in the middle, and then I want to hear from high school, please. How do you both know that you're moving? Because you talked about what your support staff is doing, you talked about your collaborative teams, the grade level. How are you up here at 10,000 feet watching it move?
So I am a little bit of a nerd when it comes to data. So
Welcome
I
to the
watch
party.
it. Yes, welcome to the party. I watch it move, but I also participate in the problem-solving sessions. It has been quite a journey creating our WIN team and trying to figure out what data points do we use, because we want, we know that these students have qualified or show that they need intensive intervention. And so we want to make sure that we're still holding them to proficiency levels while we're celebrating their growth in their specific skill deficit. Because we found in the past, sometimes we're so excited about growth, but the gap is so huge. If we only focus on the growth and not getting closer to proficiency, we're missing the mark.
Right.
And so the data that we have, the training that we've offered, and the ability, I think in the past, we've had to have so many hats worn by one person. With the ability to have the staffing, there can be a very intentional focus on that intervention and the need for accelerated growth to support proficiency, and so our teachers can maintain a very intentional focus on that Tier 1 and Tier 2. So for us, Tier 2 has been a struggle, and for the first time next year, we will have a designated block for Tier 2 instruction, so that if we're able to implement with full fidelity, that we will be able to offer our students all layers of support. In the past, some of the structures would support Tier 1, you go Tier 2, and then you go to Tier 3. So we skipped time for Tier 2. We went to Tier 1, and then students would receive Tier 3. But now we are going to have a schedule that supports a continuum of support with grade level standards plus time for remediation in those grade level standards, in addition to intensive remediation from trained staff.
So do you know where you are right now? Do you know what to expect in your results when the final FAST come out? Are you pretty confident with that?
Yes, I mean, we were, the struggle when we saw the data coming in, it was, it just reinforced the work that we were doing. Our first fifth grade showed at 70% of proficiency. And now our WIN team is digging deeper to see how many of those students have made that accelerated growth. And where didn't we? Where did we? What do we need to protect and preserve? And where didn't we? Was it a resource issue? Did we not identify the appropriate resource to address the skill deficit? That's the work we're doing now. And for the first time that I can recall, we will leave at the end of this school year with draft caseloads of students based on the third progress monitoring window, which we normally don't get those scores back until the middle of summer. We will leave with caseloads of students that when we return in August, we're able to implement interventions without skipping a beat.
I'm going to pause really quickly, just because of time frame, and this is what drives me, because this is such an important conversation. So I don't know if they need to, I don't want to take you guys back out of your schools, because I take that very seriously. So I'll be consistently looking at this to see if there's something we can move off. And I want to make sure, because if there are any follow-up questions, I have some thoughts because of some of the things that were said, and I know Mr. Edwards want to say something, so I'm going to have Mrs. Rose, if you have any follow-up questions, and then go to Mr. Edwards.
I don't have any follow-up
Okay.
questions. I just feel like that, we don't ever have enough time.
Exactly.
The
No, that's my
bottom,
point.
I think we cram too much in to the agenda. And, our job is to find out what you need. And
agree.
these are the conversations that get there.
Nope, I'm not trying, and that's why I'm not trying to close this out
And-
prematurely.
And we can, I would suggest we continue with the conversation. And then
Correct.
if we have to move things.
That's
we
what
can definitely- yeah.
that's where I'm saying, because I'm going to, you guys are here, we're going to take advantage of that fully. And Mrs. Rose, if there, I just want to make sure that, and Mr. Edwards, I know you're on deck as well. So did you have any follow-up, or you're good? Okay, Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. What I love about what Mr. Jones said is that there's no silver bullet here, and what I'm ultimately observing as not an educator, and bless you for being able to ask all those incredible detail questions, because I'm going to be at the strategic level. So at the strategic level, I would say that there has been no silver bullet that has moved the achievement gap or has solved any of the data problems that we have reoccurring. So what I observed over the last 2 years was a board that made investments in PLC and those types of things, along with pre-K. So when I look at, for example, and I'm cited specifically elementary. The sooner we have them, the sooner we can prepare them for the ability to learn and to receive information and instruction. But that's only half of it. It's how do we improve professional development for the teachers, which is what happens when we do PLCs. And what I love about PLCs is that it, again, is not a silver bullet. It's two pieces that I've observed that make me feel comfortable, is that one piece of PLCs is sharing best practices, and then the second piece is the diagnostic piece of what each student needs and who can deliver that piece of instruction for that student, and it happens pretty quickly. The other piece here that no one has really talked about is as you go into a second and a third year of PLCs, it actually becomes more efficient because that teacher already learned what they were most deficient in. They've hopefully incorporated those best practices, and the second year, they're working on their second most deficient piece, and so forth and so on, so that the longer your team is together, the more collaboration they've shared with one another, the more efficient. The last piece of this about the data piece that I'm concerned about is that we're not tracking data cleanly. So, for example, what I've learned is that how transient our schools are, particularly Title I schools, and we're all so focused on that third grade reading score, as an example, is that we're lucky if we get to keep the VPK student through third grade, because often they have to relocate or so forth and so on. And if we just looked at that data, it's already showing us that they have significant improvement on reading skills if we've had them from pre-K through third grade. We already see that line has incredible leaps. But when we get them in the first, second, or third grade and we missed pre-K or first grade or kindergarten, it's harder to recover. And what, to me, the beauty is that the PLCs help absorb that, cushion that transient so that we can get to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 interventions sooner. And that just compounds as you go on up through 12th grade. So what I'm most concerned about is not that we have an approach that makes sense, but that it's an approach that takes 2 to 3 years to really experience the return on investment, and that we can't reset this. We can't say, oh, okay, what's the next new silver bullet? What's the new intervention that Mr. Jones put out so that our teachers who have spent a year and a half, their eyes are rolling in the back of their heads going, oh, we just spent a year and a half on this. So it's important that we don't reset this. And to what you've heard so far, it is key for me as a school board member that because we've invested and about to invest again, that we hear much sooner rather than later, what do you need? What do you need? What do you need? Because it has to work. Because whatever we've been doing years prior to me getting here didn't. And this makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Thank you for your comments. I really do. I don't want to cut you off because there are a lot of things you were asking questions that I want to make sure that we get to. So if there were follow-ups, and I can come around on top. Were there any follow-ups with Mr. Chase or Mr. Jones?
My question was the data piece,
Right.
the high school.
Right. I didn't want to cut that
Because
off.
if we're thriving on data, whether it's what Mr. Edwards said and we're tracking students from, I agree. And we have done, quite frankly, we started collaborative planning with Superintendent Norris and really dug deep into it. And I agree with you. I don't think it's as much of a restart as I want to make sure a lot of these folks were involved in that, of what we learned from that to bring to today. And I wholeheartedly agree that one of those pieces is those transitioning students. Those are the students we're losing that are going from school to school, going to Charlotte County or Manatee County and coming back, and they build up, and they tend to be in that gap. So that's a piece, but it boils down to how are we tracking that data and how are we doing it in a school. So for me, I think, as Mrs. Marinelli said, what do you need? Planning time, reading skills, what are those pieces? Who's tracking the data where? But, I just want to emphasize, for me to go forward, because we have this, and I'm extraordinarily strong advocate of professional learning communities from way back when, and learned a lot of what worked and what didn't. And I think we're getting there. And history is important, but I don't like the idea that we have this today and it's on to vote in the same day, something that we've all agreed wouldn't happen. So unless there's some make or break that if this contract isn't, signed in the next 2 weeks, I want to hear from teachers. I think that is, in all due respect, I would expect that feedback is going to be positive, but I think it is a catastrophic piece of this picture, that there's, something I've said for 2 years, where's the formal feedback? Because in, any research-based model of professional development, it isn't stop and start new things. It's where do the teachers want to go with this?
And to go on that, I know that I spoke with the superintendent, I know you're up here. There are a couple of things that I had mentioned as well, as far as the date. I know that you did, when you did agenda review, and so I'm glad this was on the workshop so we could discuss it, because there were a lot of questions with it at the last time when we first introduced this, and so this is opening up a lot of great conversation. And so one would be moving this to the next board meeting, and I'll ask the superintendent in a second, is particularly because one of the items that came up about surveys that Mrs. Rose has brought up forward in the past, just about a number of different items, but being able to hear directly from teachers as well as to how that's benefited them and their growth, or where are those deficiencies, because so many comments that were made up here are so valuable. So we're almost, you can hear we're almost there, but then it's the systems and processes, even when it comes to the board, of when do you realize that you don't have enough staff to build that capacity, right? We know that ESSER funds are non-recurring funds, so we're there. But before we do our staffing allocations, I mean, we're in budget season. So, and again, this is a perfect world, but don't be afraid. I genuinely believe all 5 of us up here could consistently believe that we want to hear that from our educator leaders that know you guys are on the ground. You know better than anybody else. And so that's by far where I feel confident saying, and speaking for the board members, of saying that's where we feel most excited to put our resources and our funding, because that's where the change is made 100% in the classroom and the school level. So what that looks like is one of the bigger things when I look at the pieces, when it talks about planning time. And I had lunch with a great high school teacher this weekend, and that was the other thing, and this is not something new, but it's all about the timing that our teachers have. And so if we're dipping in on planning time, which again, to Mrs. Rose's point, many times has said, and she's fought very hard to make sure that that's preserved, if not increased, and there's only so many hours in a day. So being really thoughtful, and however we can try to help with that, is, I think, going to make these pivotal decisions. And then the last part, I'd be remiss, is the reading piece. We have today on the workshop as well, which I'm excited about, but talking about reading. And so when you're talking about tracking these students wherever they are, we do have a lot. The continuity in disruption, we know at 100%, no matter what the circumstances, that is an impediment to academic success, or at least causes some disruption or delay. Is from the middle school and high school level, when you're pulling out, is it predominantly because of the lack of reading proficiency?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's math too, but I would say reading is the primary.
Which we usually, is a driving force, right?
I
If
would
they're not
agree.
where they need to be, it pulls them down the rest of their.
Reading impacts math too, because there's
Correct.
a lot of reading in math in middle school. Yeah.
Thank you. And I want to hold on to that, because that's a really important component if we try to figure out how we build these building blocks and where we put our resources. And if there is these conversations about using data and tracking data and how we train our teachers and where the most optimal place to put that money is to get our students, no matter what their background is in my mind, is going to be reading, no matter what grade and what that teacher training is. I could go on and on about some of the PLC pieces. I know there are a couple things that Mr. Jones said, and I'm just going to wrap up here, but I I do think that, and I had learned this from Mrs. Rose, having had this conversation this last year, but PLCs not being necessarily new, but solution tree being something that is providing kind of some streamline components. I would be remiss if I didn't ask if there are what's the other option? Are there other options? Is this the only silver bullet, even though we said there is no such thing as a silver bullet? That's an important question that I don't want. I mean, I don't know if that's been discussed leading up to today. I know I've spoken with the superintendent about it, but we would not be doing our proper due diligence if I don't have a better understanding of that. And I don't want to diminish the value that it's brought forward, but what is it you guys that are bringing it forward and working, and this is a structure, and this is kind of rhetorical because I think we're going to have to come back to this, but this is what I want you to be thinking about. Is there anything else? And again, I do not want another intervention for teachers. I totally attest that, like, oh, there's a new board, there's a new superintendent, there's a new whatever, and we're talking about trying to optimize time. So trust me, I don't want to be, that's not lost on me, but I do believe from a due diligence standpoint, want to better understand what that looks like and how we could build upon the human capital that we have inside this district. I mean, you guys just highlighted some great aspects that you have learned over the years. Mrs. Archer, I'd be remiss, you are always highlighted frequently in these areas, and I know you work with a team, and I appreciate that, but those are areas where I know that really is, there's a system and process component, but there's that human capital, and you guys, that's why the PLCs work so well. I'm not the educator here, I just have heard enough over here. So with that, Dr. Foster, I have a couple more questions about the data, but, well, I'll ask this really quickly. Is the data that's housed internally, that's not externally, right? Perfect. I thought so. Just want to make sure. Dr. Foster, I know that you are up, so I just wanted to ask about, I know this is on the agenda today, and if this is something we can postpone to a future board meeting.
Right, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the team. Team did a remarkable job presenting the information that has been shared with our schools over the last year or so, and the PLC work. I remember, I think it was back in 2005 when we brought PLC to our district, and so it has been an initiative that has been in our district for many, many years, and so it's great to see it come back to life within our district, because over the years, I think it was something that we as a district kind of had in place, that we said we were PLC, but we didn't focus on the work. And when we don't focus on it, things start to kind of shift in a downward trend. And I think this has brought new life to the PLC concept. I had the pleasure and the opportunity to work with our elementary team last week, and we have more conversations coming up this week and next week, kind of talking specifically about the Tier 1 work and that Tier 1 piece to make sure that we are exposing every kid every day to grade level content and what that looks like and how do we structure that within the classroom. And so I know that's something that we're going to continue to work on across the board, and so that's exciting work. Some of the questions that I heard and some of the feedback from this presentation, which I know is running long, but I think it's great and has provided a lot of valuable information for us moving forward. One was a question about who is collecting the data. So one thing that I've done, there was a pickup position that was put in place. I've shifted that position with the focus of running the Care Swiss process, running the 504s, and I really believe that person is the person that would drive data, because that's the person that's looking at the students to see, are they meeting the benchmarks that we put in place? And if they're not meeting those benchmarks, then what are we doing about that? So we have started that work. I think aligning someone here at the district office to connect with that person at each school each month to make sure that we have what's happening at the schools that were shared here today, to make sure that we have that happening across the board in every school, and that every school has that support to make that work happen. Second thing that I heard was getting the teacher feedback. So I think before we invest $467,000 on a 2-year contract, we do need to hear back from our teachers. So I think we'll get, and it sounds like Solution Tree has a survey that we can send out. So we'll get that survey out probably this week, knowing that we're in the last week and a half of school or so. So we'll get that survey out this week so we can bring the results back. And then the third thing is data. So we're just now starting to get our FAST data in. So I think looking at the impact that the PLC concept or Solution Tree has had, bringing the data. I don't think there's a rush to get this passed tonight. I don't think that's, I think it's fine for us to postpone it, put it on the June 6th agenda. That will give our team opportunities to collect some of this information, potentially explore other options, just to know if, as we're passing a solution tree concept, what else is out there? Is this the best solution moving forward? And so with all that, my recommendation when we go to the meeting tonight would be to pull that agenda item and postpone that till June 6th.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. I would, just because everybody's busy and it's year end, so trying to get survey data back from teachers is going to be a challenge. So yes, but I would also, I recall just recently, maybe 2 months, we had a different principal group here talking, I think, about reading and and everyone was talking about solution tree, we want more solution tree. That was about 6 or 8 weeks ago. So I would also incorporate data from principals and how, because that I can cross-reference whatever data I get from teachers, and if teachers are not have the ability to answer a survey in the million balls they have in the air year end, at least we're hearing from the principals how well those programs are working for them and their teachers.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mrs. Marinelli?
I just want to do a follow-up with what Dr. Foster said about the pick 'em up or whatever that position is called. Just want to make sure that is what, do you think that's going to work? So keep that in mind when you're thinking of for next year, what do you need? Because it's one thing coming from the district, but what is needed at your school? What do your teachers need? What do our students need?
Our positions currently this school year have been used in that capacity, and I think it has been an essential component of what's allowed us to monitor the data, to facilitate those conversations and respond to students. So I'm excited to have it another year. Sometimes the budget changes and then your support and your service models have to change, and this I really feel like is the first year that I've sustained support so I can sustain systems to really measure whether or not they're working.
Well, and I'm glad you said that, because
So
that's the
exciting.
truth.
Yes.
If it's working, we need to sustain it.
Yes. Thank you for that.
Well, and PLCs, just to sum up PLCs, professional learning communities do work, collaborative planning. You won't find any research that doesn't say it will improve us, and it isn't new work in our district. And the magic bullet is in those classrooms and in you as instructional leaders. And I, too, I think we just need to slow down a bit. PLCs are not in question. Is the $500,000 to Solution Tree the answer? Not PLCs, not collaborative planning, not changing streams. That's not in question. It's the $500,000. And do you want it in Solution Tree, or are there other options? And that's for the curriculum departments as well. I mean, are we making the best choices for the biggest bang for the buck? And is everyone leaning in?
Sorry, I missed that part. I appreciate all of the time, really, and thank you to Mrs. Rose also for diving in, also taking us to another layer, because you guys are taking time out of your day at the classroom, which I don't take lightly, and I genuinely appreciate the work that all of you guys have done to share this, and it's exciting seeing the growth and excitement around it. I mean, we want you guys to be excited about the work you do, and so trying to find that best practices and as well as the best resources that we can utilize to help you guys. And again, please let us know when we can, early on, how we can help you guys build that capacity and those resources, because you know better than anybody else about what it takes to get your students to move and thrive. So if there's no other comments, you are dismissed. No, thank you so much. Moving on to the next one is Comprehensive Evidence-Based Reading Plan. And we have Kelly Ellington, Sue Meckler, and Catherine Kokoza joining us today. Hello, hello.
Good morning, school board members.
Good morning.
And Dr. Foster. We are here today to share with you some information about the district-wide K-12 Comprehensive Evidence-Based Reading Plan, fondly known as SERP. We have to have an acronym for everything.
Kelly, I'm going to
Yes.
have you bring that a little bit closer to your mouth
Okay.
just so we can hear you, or I'm going to ask them to turn up the
Okay.
volume. Because it was even quiet. David has a very loud projecting
Yeah.
voice, so I didn't necessarily notice it.
He does, or-
But it could be that microphone
Maybe they
as
turned
well.
it down on him a little bit. All right. Well, again, we're here to talk to you about our comprehensive evidence-based reading plan. This is a plan that we renew every year, and in the past, we have been required to submit it to FLDOE for approval. Today, we have a couple of our reading specialists that have joined Catherine, Sue, and me because they have been primarily the ones who facilitated this collaborative effort in getting the plan written to be submitted. What's different this year is that the state is asking, instead of the state approving the comprehensive reading plans, they're asking each school district to approve their district's reading plan and then submit it to Just Read Florida. So that's why we're here, and this is on the agenda for tonight. To approve this plan. So we gave it to you ahead of time to read over with some additional handouts, more than you probably ever wanted. But we wanted to make sure you had the information. So after the FDOE approves it, and then starting July 1, then the funds that are associated with it would be released. So it's just a little change in process. We haven't come, I don't think, before to talk about the comprehensive reading plan because it was just submitted to DOE, which seems kind of strange now, but we're happy to be here today. And we're going to let Jen lead most of the brief highlights of the plan, and then we plan to have time for questions and discussion. So, Jen?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
You probably have to talk louder, too.
Talk a little louder. I can talk loud. I can use my teacher voice. We're all good. Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to really share our district's K through 12 comprehensive reading plan for you. Just kind of to give you an overview of the plan itself. As outlined kind of on the screen in front of you, or will be, the purpose of the plan or this document is really to depict and kind of detail the role of administration across the district regarding reading. So everyone, administrator to teacher, everyone, and even district level, everyone knows their role in it. We want to align all of our professional learning, as you just heard about the PLC conversation, align our professional learning, assessment, and curriculum to the improvement of student learning of the best standards. We also want to confirm that all of our instructional materials used are evidence-based across all tiers of instruction, and outline the specific criteria for a student receiving interventions and what those interventions will look like, and also how they will be determined, how they will be provided. And also ensure that leadership at all levels support the plan and all of its components. So the information compiled within the reading plan is for all schools, all grade levels, and it is shared with stakeholders, including school administrators, literacy leadership teams, classroom instructors, support staff, and parents have accessibility to it as well. So the plan really does drive the work of our ELA curriculum teams at every level, and all the read-ahead documents and attachments that are referenced throughout today's presentation really reflect some of those examples of work that have been derived from this plan. The plan is updated and rewritten annually, and it's always to address our district's current priorities for student achievement and literacy. So the plan is organized into the 8 sections that you see on the screen, and we're just going to kind of briefly highlight a few of those. As we go through, though, essentially, if you were to look at all the table of contents for this plan, you would see that everything is centered on student achievement. That's what we all want in this room. We want kids to achieve. We want students to be successful in reading. So every section then acts as kind of a branch within the reading plan for the purpose of increasing that student achievement and closing achievement gaps. The first section I want to kind of highlight is the literacy leadership section, which begins on page 2 of the plan. And one of the tools that is referenced within this section is the literacy walkthrough tool. You have some sample walkthrough tools that were provided for you in attachments 1, 2, and 3 for reference. But data from the walkthrough tool are conducted by administrators. So administrators are the ones giving the walkthrough. It is collected and submitted via Microsoft Forms. This tool is non-evaluative to teachers. What it does is it assists schools to guide the supports needed for instruction. So by using this walkthrough tool, administrators do walk through classrooms, they observe practices within literacy instruction, and then the data is collected by school leaders to gauge strengths and opportunities for improvement in instruction over time. It does also help establish school-wide consistent language and expectations regarding literacy instruction, and it facilitates and communicates clear language between school leaders and teachers for expectations. It also does help drive professional development individualized for school based on the needs that are being seen from observed trends. So the walkthrough tool, one of the important things about it is because we know that quantitative data alone cannot paint the full picture of instructional practices within the classroom. So these observational walkthrough tools allow administrators to take note of instruction that is occurring, see those trends across the school, the grade level, and allow those problem-solving conversations to occur. One other thing to highlight in this leadership section is the establishment of the literacy leadership teams. These are teams of people that are comprised of literacy leaders at each school site. They do include an administrator. An administrator is on that team. And the goal of these literacy teams is to analyze and evaluate instructional practices based on the data collected by the walkthrough tool, along with all of our other progress monitoring data, all of our other formative assessment data measures, and then teams will then determine their targeted goals for literacy improvement. And then this team of individuals is to create action steps that are differentiated and individualized at each school site of how that school can improve in those targeted goals and how those will lead to positive outcomes for Tier 1 instruction and enhancing the Tier 1. So an important question that we always want to constantly ask is, what do our students need for us to learn as educators? So to get the answer to that question, we want to look at all the literacy data collected. Your screen up there says literacy walkthroughs tools. That's one piece of the puzzle. We want to look at all data that is collected, not just the walkthrough data, but all data measures a school has for literacy. And then that literacy data collection, alongside all the other progress monitoring and formative data, is collected and leads that literacy leadership team to develop a target or a needs assessment for their school. How students and teachers at the school can grow in a particular area based on what their students need from them and what the data is showing that the students need. So eventually then that concludes with professional learning based on that needs assessment. So it becomes very targeted, individualized, and differentiated per school site of what the data is showing. If we look at the section that is called the K-12 Assessment, Curriculum, and Instruction, this is the section that begins on page 6. This is the heart of the document, the biggest part, as you could probably already noticed. And this section of the reading plan is really based on Florida's formula for success. So just to give you a little background about the formula was developed by the DOE to ensure that effective literacy practices were leading to continuous problem solving, with that end goal being student achievement. So effective literacy instruction starts with those 6 components of reading: oral language development, phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. And then from the daily literacy instruction of each of those components, and then alongside determining which assessments are going to drive the Tier 1 instruction, those assessments lead to the approach and problem solve with Tier 1 instruction, and also determine if more support is needed through Tier 2 and Tier 3. So this formula, just like with the conversation earlier today around PLC, this formula is for all students, all students. So one of the components outlined also in this section is the criteria for identifying a student with a in K through 3 as having a substantial reading deficiency. So the state actually defines students having a substantial reading deficiency when students score below the 10th percentile for grades K through 2. We want to be more proactive than that in Sarasota County. So our students, we send a letter home to any student that is below the 20th percentile in grades K through 3. So in attachment 5, you will see that the parent letter communicates an example of the parent letter that communicates the current level of student progress and also the interventions that are being, that student is getting or receiving. And parents of students who are identified as having a substantial reading deficiency also receive a monthly progress monitoring report. So you have copies of both of those in your attachments. Each level's decision trees are also outlined within this section. So these decision trees are used by problem-solving teams analyzing various screeners that are given to students, which determine a targeted area for intervention and supports to occur. So this goes very well with the model that we were talking about earlier this morning before we got up here about really narrowing in and what is the entry point to how we can help a student. We want to make sure that if they have deficient gaps in things that we are pinpointing that and that we are getting to the heart of filling that gap as we move along for that accelerated growth. So this does indicate where we would look for that for Tier 1 instruction and also what that might look like at Tier 2 and Tier 3. Attachments 7 and 8 are also 2 resources that teachers can use when determining when and what supports are needed. Attachment 7 is a guidance document that suggests evidence-based and multisensory interventions that are all based on the science of reading. And attachment 8 is the performance criteria and cut scores per Tier 1 progress monitoring measures to determine if we need to provide more support and interventions are needed. Also within this section at every level are toolkits of resources for teachers to use. This is a document that's given to teachers so that they know that the resources that they are pulling for interventions and support for students are evidence-based, and they also are based on the science of reading for all tiers of instruction. Then we move on to our professional development section, which is starting on page 38. And this kind of outlines our planned professional learning for the 23-24 school year. You will notice that this focuses on practices aligned with the science of reading, and individual schools, as we just talked about with literacy leadership teams and also PLC, will determine their individual professional learning needs based on their needs assessment from their literacy data. So those would be in addition to the ones listed in the plan. Family engagement is also how we involve parents in their child's path to literacy achievement, and that section begins on page 42. And we call that our Read at Home plan, and our Read at Home plan is intended to really increase support for families to engage in activities and support literacy achievement at home. So the Read at Home plan is required for students. It's by statute to be sent home to students identified, of those students having identified as having a reading deficiency, a substantial reading deficiency. However, this tool is definitely one that can be shared with any and every student. And so not just our striving readers, but anytime. So because of that promotion, we make this plan available in a variety of ways. First off, it is connected and linked to our K through 1 report card. Parent guides, which are linked to the actual report card, so they have that available. It's also on our county's website. We also encourage teachers to share this with parents at parent-teacher conferences as they discuss next steps for literacy achievement. And we have even encouraged and gave some professional training on teachers of how they can highlight certain things within the plan that would definitely match the needs for their child or their student. And then this is also meant and to be used as a reference at SWIS and CARE team meetings as next steps for parental support when parents are sitting at the table. And then finally, the plan closes with the budget for reading allocation monies, which starts on page 45. And as Kelly mentioned, as a reminder, when we submit the school board approved plan, it allows for these funds to be released from the state. So that was a 30,000 feet above overview of a very large document, but we wanted to make this more of a conversation and more of a discussion today. So we know that we've probably already taken up more time, but we would love to open this up to any questions you may have about the comprehensive evidence-based rating plan. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sure we'll get questions. I will say that that's shocking that this has not been brought forward. I mean, like, when I heard that. So, and the second part would be perhaps in trying to do it earlier in the year as we line things up. I know you guys are working on these things constantly. So, Mrs. Marinelli.
Thank you. Thank you for the information. Very good. I just have a couple questions. On your literacy teams, do you have your ESE teachers on there? Because, you know, they are very good at interventions and strategies. And are you using the Orton Gillum as an intervention piece for kids that are struggling readers?
Sure. Okay. All right. Yes, for the literacy leadership teams, every principal at every school site is the person who selects the members of that team. So it does have to include an administrator as part of that team, but as far as the other teachers and other members, most of them definitely do have that representation of all stakeholders at the school, but it is up to the individual principal of who makes up that team.
And as far as the Orton Gillingham strategies, again, we've started that training this year, and so a lot of the teachers have already been through it, and we have several coming up. So those are definitely strategies that are being used by those teachers that have had the training, along with some of the other trainings that have been offered, but we're including that when the teachers have that skill to do so.
Any other questions, comments? This kind of will blend into, Mr. Edwards? No, mine's, okay. Just because it was brought forward. I appreciate this. I think that there's different aspects of professional development and then materials that are going out. And so not to blend them, but when we do talk about reading, and she mentioned Orton Gillingham, I know I've mentioned it a lot. We talk about it a lot. And it's going to continue to be probably brought up. I know as one board member, I'm going to keep bringing it up over and over again. I know Mr. Renoff isn't here, but he had put together a analysis of where the cost, because if you guys can think about the conversation we just had, and then with ESSER funds and where we're going and where we would deploy, there's a lot of conversation about budget right now as we close in, and board members determine if there is, what direction do we go if there is this pot of money, ESSER funds being used consistently as that kind of money tree, apparently. But with Orton Gillingham, and he had given us a overview of how many teachers had been trained on it, but I had proposed, give me just from a financial standpoint, I know there's time allocation, that's a very important part of this as well, but if we were to, and I would expand it to K, since that was at that time, I didn't know if we were going to continue on with VPK, but if we even enhanced it to VPK all the way to third grade, every single teacher that's VPK from third grade to be trained under Orton Gillingham. How many do we have? And you don't have to give me those. I have the email, and I don't know if it went to all board members. If not, I'll make sure I forward it or have him forward it. This a couple weeks ago. But because when we talk about interventions, and I'm not an educator, so I welcome these conversations, your insight. But having talked to many people in this field, it's a swear by it training. And I think it speaks for itself that our staff, our teachers alone, if I recall, the last time we did a presentation, there was a waiting list of teachers that wanted to be on it. So how do we build more capacity to go that direction?
So yes, we have a training coming up in June. I think when I was here last time, I told you about the training we had over winter break. And while a couple of teachers didn't make it, we did have our 28 of the 30 during winter break, 3 days. So yeah, it's very popular, teachers are very interested in it. We have a training coming up in June that spans over a Saturday, and then 2 in July, and then we'll have 2 again next year. That's all part of that HITS grant from this past year.
The Strauss grant? I'm getting our grants
Yep, this is a separate one. This is the HITS grant from the DOE on interventions. So it's all part of that. So that's already paid for, these upcoming trainings where in total of that initiative, we'll have 210 teachers that are able to get that Orton Gillingham 3-day training where they're able to use those strategies with their own students. They don't become trainers.
They're not fellows or anything like that.
Right.
Okay. But are they being trained by fellows?
They are, absolutely, yes. And then, but part of the Strauss grant, we had some of our district team members participate in some dyslexia certification training that has included Orton Gillingham certification. And so we're trying to build capacity even within our own teams to provide even more of that training, that Orton Gillingham training, so that possibly at a more economical rate, but at the same time, while we have the money, we can schedule that in. I'm trying to remember, I was trying to find the email with
I'll pull
that
it up.
information on there. Yeah.
I have it actually flagged.
With the kind of average per teacher.
It was about 824,000 for perspective. This
Right.
was, I don't even know that it calculated who had already been trained.
Right, it may not
It was
have,
around
yeah.
$1 million, and I don't throw that in the light, but when we're talking about all the other things and the investment and interventions and remediation, and
Right.
then all the other things that come after that, if we just think about when they were talking about pulling out, that's the number one issue, is that typically if they're not
Right.
prepared.
And we talked
skilled
last
leaders.
time when we met too about prioritizing the teachers who teach students with disabilities for some of those upcoming workshops, because the ones for September and October haven't even been posted on the website yet. So I have 30 spots for each of those that we can prioritize teachers who get into those courses and then add more. Timing is the.
What about over the summer?
We have 2 over the summer. Those have been posted, and there are participants in there. I keep the waiting list going because you never know when they sign up, they think they can come, and then, something came up with family. Or some of our teachers who are teaching summer learning have had to back out, and then they'll say, please keep me in mind for the next one or the one next fall or whatever. So I'm managing all of that. But so we'll have 210 out of just this one pot of money with this one grant.
And if it were to be funded more, how fast? I mean, how would that's? I need a better understanding of the capacity.
It's a
to offer it.
3-day training. That's, again, just for teachers to use it with their students who need the interventions. So it's a matter of how, and the trainer we've had that we've contracted, it's a max of 30 participants at a time.
Okay.
So it's 30 teachers at a time over 3 days. And then the question is, when do we do that? Because if it's not, we've already have 2 going on in the summer, and I don't know if middle or high has one in the summer. I think you do, but then school starts, and so now we're pulling them out of the classroom,
Right.
or we're overlapping the weekends a bit, and then it gets tricky. So it would still take months.
Okay.
Yeah.
As one
we
board
just
member,
get
I'm
it
just going to say
scheduled.
this over and over again. If we're going to talk about ESSER funds, I would prioritize that at the very, very top and using Orton Gillingham as the very, very top, because I would think it's a worthwhile investment.
Well, what we also don't know is the various grants from DOE, oftentimes they continue, like the DRIP grant continued. If the HITS grant continues, it is specifically for targeted intervention for reading. So hopefully we'll find that out soon too. So whether we use that money or ESSER money, it's another
Which
option.
grant? It's
HITS, HIITS, and it's high impact interventions for teaching. I don't have it right on the tip of my tongue right now, but it's about reading interventions, and that one is targeted for K-3. So those funds can all.
Can we expand it to pre-K 3? Just because, again, that's the most sensitive period of their learning development. If you look
Possibly.
at that,
I'll
if
have
we're
to go
going-
back and look in the grant
We're gonna do that, we
requirements.
might as well.
If the grant even continues, but then we also have the ESSER. So we have some options with our funds right now.
Okay, well, I'm going to keep, and I can sidebar that, and I know that's come a couple conversations, but I just wanted to seize the opportunity. And then I have one more question about, I see that we have Curriculum and Associates with iReady on there, and this may be, especially as we moved into FAST and progress monitoring, and I know that there have been questions about, are we doubling up on progress monitoring with and trying to avoid, the goal is to progress monitor. Again, you guys are on the front line. So are we duplicating efforts? Are we allowed to use iReady as our progress monitoring tool only? Or are we duplicating them just because I see the extension of iReady? Is that eligible for FAST, for progress monitoring?
I think we have to do FAST for our progress monitoring for the state.
But we don't, yeah. Do you want me to jump in?
Yes, please.
Actually, a couple things. So let me start with that question. So I did talk to our team earlier this week. FAST we are required to do, but iReady we are not. So we are looking at our testing thing. I know I'm experiencing it firsthand. I've got 2 kids at home, and you get to a point we want to make sure that we're not over testing our kids. I kind of do the comparison of training for a marathon or training for a big race. You can only taper so many times, and so trying to prepare the kids for the big day. What is the big day? When the big day happens, happens every few weeks. So really looking at all the assessments that we're giving, which ones are required and which ones really help us to move forward, because any day kids are testing, they're not learning. They're in the process of testing. So that is something that we discussed this last week when I met regarding the reading program and really how to look at the instruction that we're providing. We are working on meeting with the instructional team multiple times between now and whether it'll either be on the June 6th, that looks like a pretty full agenda, or June 20th, or we put another workshop in there, but to bring forth a kind of a comprehensive plan of how we want to approach reading moving forward. So I think there are a couple of things. Orton-Gillingham is really a tier 3 intervention. So that's an intervention when a student has struggled, which of course I think is a great program to put in place when we have students who are struggling. I think we also, as I shared a few minutes ago, we need to focus on that tier 1 instruction. So this goes back to, if we go back, I want to say it's back 2005 when the state put in the uninterrupted 90-minute reading block, and that became a new initiative. And kind of like PLC, which kind of happened at the same time, we had a lot of instruction with our teachers, or a lot of training with our teachers on how do you craft that 90-minute reading block to make sure that every second counts, that we are making sure that we are maximizing instruction for every student, every second of that reading block. So we're looking at all of the programs we have in place and really making sure we're providing training to all of our teachers as far as, setting up that reading block. So some of the other programs that we had in place, Flamingo Literacy, which comes out of the University of Florida, is a program that was funded by the Strauss Grant. And that really focuses on tier 1 instruction. So really providing that small group instruction. What do you do when you pull kids in a small group? I know one thing our group talked about last week as well. How many minutes are the kids reading in the classroom? So often teachers are providing instruction and constantly helping support the students, that we need to let them have that productive struggle. And we need to, provide that time within that instructional reading block. So our plan is to come forth with a whole proposal, which would include training our teachers with Orton-Gillingham. One thing we talked about too is whether it's this summer, next summer, potentially using the ESSER dollars to provide training in the summer or after hours that teachers then could do on their own. And so rather than, I know we've done a lot of training during the student day, which of course then requires subs, et cetera, that we want to try to maximize that time beyond the student day and either provide hours. I know a lot of our teachers are working on plus 30, plus 45, or provide dollars to pay people to come in to take these trainings. I know we have the teachers that will do that work. And so providing those trainings after hours. So I think a whole comprehensive piece, which Orton-Gillingham definitely will be a significant part of that. So.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Mr. Edwards? Oh, wait, that was it. Right, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you. I get lost a lot of times in these conversations because it sounds like administrators talking to administrators in a lot of detail, and I'm trying to be in an executive oversight capacity. So my question is, I think this is extraordinarily comprehensive. And all of that conversation, I think, is kind of in here. But my question is, why is this one different from last year? Tell me what's different about it, and what results will be better?
That's a good question. That's a great question. And I think and I'll let you to maybe speak to this mostly because of the collaborative effort among the elementary, middle, and high school reading specialists that worked on this and collaborated to create this plan. The template is actually very similar. The DOE said that we could create our own template. We didn't have to use the one they've always provided, but we stuck with the template for the most part. We rearranged a couple of things, but it asks us, we actually go back and we look at data. Some of the data is plugged in. Some of it isn't up to date yet because at the time of doing this, we didn't have all of the data yet. And that happens every year when we had submitted it to DOE too. We always had to give them the final, revised report after the data came in so late. But it makes us ask those questions. The literacy leadership teams at the schools that do that look at that data, they submit survey data to us and they look at it, but we look at it too to see what's working, what's not working. So there are tweaks along the way in the goals and the strategies. Our decision trees are updated at times, those target points. So do you want to speak more about specific examples, ladies?
I'll give you a bigger overview. Actually, part of this plan, before coming to you today, this whole entire team of people at elementary, middle, and high, we have to do a self-reflection root cause analysis by looking at data of what worked in the plan last year and what things that are of focus for the coming year.
You're getting
So,
warmer.
I know. So as a result of that, one of the things that really stuck out to us as something moving forward that is a big focus is, like Ms. Ellington said, the integration of going outside of our levels and really thinking about the child from pre-K all the way to 12. Not just an elementary focus, not just a middle focus, not just a high school focus, but how do we work with this child all the way through in our school systems. The other piece that really stuck out to us as far as that was getting our administrators more involved and getting training for our administrators in literacy practices. So every professional learning opportunity that we have next year, we want to invite and encourage administrators to be a part of those so that when they're doing the literacy walkthroughs and they're doing those things, they know specifically what to look for and understand that. So the professional learning for administrators was a big piece that we walked away from that reflection tool.
I was just going to add at the middle school level specifically, one of the additions you'll see this year is a focus on our ELL students. With the addition of the ELL program specialists this year, using ESSER funds, they really played detective. And they went school to school to school to see how we're serving our students. And what we walked away with was the idea that oftentimes an English language learner is placed into an intensive reading class. Reading is not necessarily the problem. The challenge for the student is language acquisition. So we have completely modified our placement of our ELL students in our master schedule next year at the middle school, which should lead to a significant difference in their growth as learners through either language acquisition or reading, if reading is truly the deficit that they need support in. So that's a significant change at the middle school level.
Wow, that's a big one. That's very big. And in our testing data, that are they at the low tier of test results?
So again, one of the things we've seen in the last couple of years is an influx of students, right, from various countries.
So it's growing.
Absolutely. So one of the pieces of that too is making sure that they have the tools they need to be successful. For example, students are able to use a word-to-word translation when they actually do take a test. We needed to make sure that every student had access to those materials. In addition, we've also purchased dictionaries that also have word meaning translations for the students that will be barcoded and checked out to that student to have with them all day long in every single classroom so that they will improve in their ability. Now, they can't use that on an actual test, but through learning throughout the year, again, it should help with language acquisition and also then concept development.
So then my follow-up question with this is, in terms of the reading intervention programs that we have, whether it's Gillingham or Reading Recovery or I know we have one that's specific to ESE, those seemingly are getting cross-trained and are growing and are diagnostically available to each student that matches what that program has to offer. Is that correct? If there's a diagnosis made, this one's better for that one, this one. So if I were to invest, I would be investing in English language learners in what they need in order to get to the point where they can have a reading intervention because we've given them the appropriate amount of language, and then to make sure that they have the supports as wherever we get them, whether we get them in third grade or fifth grade or wherever, that they have the supports necessary to test throughout. So if I were to invest, it would sound to me like we're doing pretty well in those intervention programs, but that we really do need to invest in that area specifically.
So another area that, again, at the middle school that has been frustrating to me for a long period of time is those students that come into a middle school at a K2 reading level. The program that we are currently using as our intervention for those students is called Just Words. It's a Wilson reading program, very, very similar to an OG, an Orton Gillingham, as far as strategies, concept, skills. When I look at the data for those students who've been in that intervention, I still don't see growth.
Makes sense.
And so it's extremely frustrating to say, what can we do differently for those groups of students? So where we're taking OG at middle school for our summer training is kind of the second step, which is a morphology training. And morphology is really looking at how we break down words into word parts and the meanings of those word parts. So we are hoping to train ESE teachers and reading teachers at the secondary level. This is including high school as well, up to 30 teachers. And that's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday training the first week in June. 10-hour days. You know, it's a big 30-hour commitment for teachers to see if that may be not a silver bullet, but yet another way to support those students, yes.
So what about dual language? What about getting to that student quickly with their native language and moving them swiftly into a place where you can give them a reading intervention?
So again, what I just referenced is really for any of those K2 striving readers, right? ESE, whatever the situation is for that student. But specifically for our English language learners, we have actually purchased some instructional materials as well. Those materials that are going to be appropriate, age appropriate, number one, for those students with lots of visual supports, audio supports, et cetera, to again enhance the language acquisition piece of it. And then we're scheduling those students into the course that they specifically need to target that.
Okay, I'd love to talk to you a little bit more offline
Absolutely.
about that, because it sounds to me like that's a place that we really need to concentrate on because of the influx that we're seeing here in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rose.
Mrs. Meckler. The dual language piece, I agree with Mr. Edwards. The research is leaning in that direction. Is there any consideration with the growing numbers of ESOL students, English speakers of other languages, for anyone who's listening, to really develop a pre-K through middle school to immerse them? Just having dabbled in it, saw as a principal, started seeing it very an effect. So have we considered that at all as we go forward in those growing numbers? Because it feels like that you are very diligently trying to find ways versus programmatically creating something that they immerse into that has their language, that becomes a win-win. I mean, if you look at I believe it's the Dreamers Academy, they have, English-speaking students that are striving to get into the program because it becomes, how do you create win-wins where it's actually a sustainable program? Has there been consideration for that as you guys have your reflections?
Well, again, I think I look to, again, the two secondary program specialists that have been focused on this work this year in ELL have done just an incredible job. And they're experts as well. I think one of the challenges we have in Sarasota County is the diversity in languages. The variance in the all kinds of languages. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but it's something like 38 different languages.
Good point.
So, again, demographically, school to school, we're really just trying to target those needs of every student. And again, something as simple as that dictionary that's in their own language
Right.
is going to make a huge difference.
Big time.
Yep.
Well, and curriculum, has there been consideration for curriculum resources in their own language so that they have both? I mean, do any of our core content
Yes.
curriculum packages that we purchased, how many at the middle and high school level have the variety of languages for those students? And is it accessible if it's online?
It is, specifically with our core ELA program, multiple languages, all of that can be, presented auditorily, which also helps us communicate with our families as well, for that support. Math, well, we're going through a new textbook adoption, so that's
Food for
something
thought.
we will look at more closely. But again, I just feel that, that's just one subset of the entire picture. We are here for all students, but I just wanted to share that because you asked what's different, and that popped out to me as something significantly different this year.
I'm glad you did, because I think it's certainly a trend. We've talked a bit about it, but we haven't really dove into it, but it is, if we don't, I'm glad to hear you are, and I have no doubt that you guys are seeing it, because, but from the just exponential growth that is occurring, of which those are policies we are not in charge of, but we are here to equip all of our students, and it impacts the entire environment. So I really appreciate you guys highlighting that. And as we look forward, if there are additional resources that we need to be thinking of, please let us know, because it will impact every student, whether they're an English language learner or not. It just comes down to what's happening in the classroom. So thank you.
Welcome.
Are there any additional comments? I know we're kind of rolling into the resources.
I was just going to point out that another big change is that in our letter for substantial reading deficiency that we're required to send to parents, and it's just for K-3, but a big change for this year, coming year, for next year, will be how comprehensive that letter is. In the past, we had the basics on there that was required, and then principals and school teams provided everything else. We've now incorporated it all, so if you happen to look at that attachment, and I don't know what number it is, actually, it is number 5, it has all of the pieces in there for the parents as resources, like the New Worlds Reading Initiative and the New Worlds Tutors and the Read at Home plan, and all of those pieces are in there, so principal, team at school, parent, everyone will understand all the things we can do to help those striving readers.
And you do that at 20th percentile, is that correct? I mean, I know that when you said 10,
Yes,
thank you for
I know,
elevating that.
yeah.
But is there a consideration about increasing it even higher, because are we catching it too late, too far behind?
It's a good question for discussion.
Yeah, I would just add that letter is basically an indicator going home to families, telling them that their child is located or is placing in that strategic piece of intervention. What we are trying to prevent is a third grade student comes home and all of a sudden we have third grade retention on the line, and all of a sudden parents are like, what? I had no idea that my child, was struggling all these years. So that is the purpose of that, but it also goes back to the larger picture of just problem solving. And please know that whether the child receives a letter or not, that's the importance of that PLC and how we are constantly talking about data. There are tons of assessments that you see within that plan. And I know that we don't want the overload, but it is to target specifically every one of those assessments for Tier 1 progress monitoring have an exact laser-like focus to say, is this child really mastering phonemic awareness? Are they really mastering phonics? Are they really mastering? We triangulate the data coming together to really make decisions for that. And it all goes back to how the teacher then responds to Tier 1, how then we provide those extra supports for Tier 2, and then leading on if the student would to need Tier 3. So it's problem solving at its best around those conversations and having the data in order to be educated, in order to give the right respond to students the way we should.
Thank you. Well, if that didn't, and again, I think because we have the whole same team, moving into recommended resources. I said the whole team, I'm sorry, maybe not the whole team.
Yes, so almost the whole team. And let's see here. Okay, am I on? Ready, set, go. Here we go. So Sue and Catherine and I are staying on with you because we also appreciate the opportunity now to share with you and discuss some of those recommended resources that we have coming for next year and possibly the year after. We'll talk about that in a minute. But first, what we wanted to explain is that these curriculum resources that we provided in the read-aheads on the chart, they're not on the school board agenda meeting for tonight or anything like that. We did want to try to get a little bit ahead of it. But typically, many of those are brought forth from the purchasing department as part of their yearly exemptions or their collaborative purchases or whatever. So some of them are brought forth that way. Some of them we do come back and talk to you because they might be bigger purchases or new things like we did with PINDA last year. And a couple of the resources on the chart don't even meet the threshold for school board approval. But we just wanted to give you a picture of some of the resources we've worked with our teams and decided we've streamlined. We would like all of our schools to have access to these resources. What we have happening now, most of them aren't new. They may be new as a district-wide purchase, but some of our schools are already purchasing some of these and have access to these good resources, while other schools don't have access. So we were really hoping we could streamline the resources and do district-wide purchases so that all the schools would have access to them. And because we have the availability of ESSER funds, we thought, let's put this all together and see how much are we talking, and is it a possibility to provide these aligned recommended resources for our teachers. You'll see on the summary page chart, it has a total cost for all of these resources that are on our chart for 1 year. And then it also has a total cost for 2 years. And that's just as a comparison. Obviously, it's not quite double because we save a little money if we do 2 years. But if we were able to while we have the ESSER funding, it's just a consideration. It might be an option for us. And then one other note, on the first page of the big chart, you'll see those first 2 items are shaded out in gray, and that's because we already last year purchased them for 2 years. So PINDA Learning, I believe, is the first one, and Common Lit 360 is the second one. Last year when we purchased them, we did it for 2 years. So we'll be using them coming up in the next school year. We don't have to purchase them for next school year, but we wanted you to still see that they were there and that we use them and that we will most likely want to use them the following years. And so depending on how we can use ESSER funds, maybe we would bring that back to you at a future time. So Sue and Catherine, I don't know if you wanted to add anything or just if we just allow for questions or discussion.
Any questions, discussion? Mrs. Marinelli, please.
Thank you. And I hate to keep bringing this up, but because we get hammered on it all the time, when you're going through these materials, are you looking to make sure that they meet all the new state legislation and that they don't have that term castle all involved in everything, because you guys get it, and so
One
just kind of
example,
explain to everybody
is
so they'll
Nearpod.
know
You should talk about our work with
that you are
Nearpod.
going through it.
So I wanted to bring that up for Nearpod vocabulary, which is specifically being requested across all middle schools this year. Nearpod really became a tool that we used during COVID. And it was a way to engage our learners. It was a way to provide immediate feedback to students. It was a way to do formative assessment in some new and novel ways. And since we're back and we're trying to engage in our instructional framework at the middle schools with our iEngage lesson planning, this tool fits perfectly into bringing that at a forefront. Nearpod and vocabulary was brought to our attention early spring, that there was some content in there that would be considered controversial. So we've continued to work with them. They obviously work throughout the state of Florida, and it's not just our district that's brought those concerns. Some areas of SEL, some areas of social justice, pieces in there that will no longer be available to our students with the start of the school year. The challenge that we're going to have with that, and we're going to have to make a decision across the district, is teachers are able to purchase individual licenses. So I may say as a teacher, I want to go buy this just for my classroom. In doing that, the teacher then would have access to everything. And it's not that we don't think our teachers will make good choices, it's the fact that the student then could also stumble across something that may not be deemed appropriate. So we may have to really put our thumb down and say teachers will not be able to purchase those as individual licenses. But as a tool, it is fabulous, and we believe will really enhance our teaching and learning across our middle schools.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you for the vocabulary conversation, because when it got pooled, I was inundated with emails from people who really, really love it and say that it's helpful. So moving forward, I guess I'm hearing that those issues will be resolved. Yes?
Only again if it's a district or a school purchase. If an individual teacher is allowed to purchase on their own, they will not be able to block that content.
Okay.
So that's where we will need to shut that down.
So will that advisory happen?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. So what I noticed in some of the conversations about when we purchase it as a district, then that means that the school doesn't have to purchase it. Okay? So do we have a system in place that says that we don't double buy something, that we don't double purchase it?
So, and I'm sorry, for example, I was just reviewing all of the Jumpstart proposals, how the schools are wanting to spend their money to, again, continue to work on that unfinished learning. And there was a particular school that had Nearpod on there as a purchase. And I said, you don't have to spend your money on Nearpod because we are purchasing that for our middle schools. Things that they do purchase on their own would be something like IXL that is not being purchased for all, but if they want it for their particular school, then those funds are used for Jumpstart money. So yes, we have things in place to keep that from happening.
Okay, so the other question that I have about this is that I always see things about what we want to purchase, but I never see anything about what is going away. So are there programs that we're not purchasing?
Do you want to go ahead?
Well, I can say for the two programs you have for high school, those are renewals for programs we currently have in place, and our teachers did look at them and vet them and decided to stay with the two programs. So in this case, we're purchasing Achieve 3000. It is still the reading program that we're using at high school. We're also looking at purchasing Edmentum. That is the new company that owns Apex, which is what we were formerly using in high school credit recovery. Had we gone a different direction, we would have been doing away with those programs to add the new ones.
Okay.
And other things, I was just going to say that as a district purchase, school-wide or district-wide or level-wide, and recommended resources, we have streamlined that list significantly. If a school does still choose to purchase something else, we still, like our executive directors, and we will look at it, vet it, and if it's not aligned to the standards, or hasn't been recommended or approved, then we don't approve that. But some schools will still purchase a couple additional resources besides what's on here. But we are trying. This is the point of this too, is trying to streamline it. Use these, overarching, standards aligned resources district wide, like Penda Learning, like we did last year, and the other ones.
Let me give you a specific example. Right Score, you will see is recommended on here for our elementary schools. In the past, some schools had Right Score, some did not. They're trying to make that synonymous so that we can support that as a district across all of the elementary schools. At middle school, there were two schools that Right Score showed up as a purchase they wanted to make. I recommended to them that they not spend their funds on that because we have a program that comes with our core ELA program called Right Precise, which does very similar kinds of things that Right Score does. But the principals pushed back on me saying, but my teachers are comfortable with this. I don't want them to have to learn one more new thing. Please let us have that for one more year until we understand more about Right Precise. So those are the kinds of things that it's the one-offs based on what the teachers want, the teachers need, the teachers feel that it really enhances that learning for their students, that we allow those things to go through.
In terms of, it would seem to me, and I'm not the educator here, but a PLC of elementary programs, a PLC of middle school programs, and all of that, so they're communicating with each other about why a program is working and why it's not, is really what I would be looking at, so that every year, and that's why I'm a little concerned about spending dollars in an ESSER dollars to go to that next level, because can technology catch up and something better comes along? I don't know the answer to that question. I would rely on your expertise to make that decision for me, but I'd ask the question, do we really want to be 4 years out when things happen that might interrupt that 4-year process, and we're stuck with the program instead of, having the flexibility to purchase the latest and best and better technology? So I'd ask that question. But I really feel that we should be in a continuous improvement mode of why we're adding something, like when we talked about the English language learner. That sounds amazing to me, and I'm really excited about moving in that direction. But then when things are coming off our plates, we should know that too, so that we're communicating to the public that we're saving money, or we've recouped it and we're spending it in a better way. So I say that as often as I can.
Okay. Thank you. And again, that 2-year versus 1 year was for conversation, was for discussion. That's why they were both on there. And then I forgot to mention, we also included last year when we totaled up the amount for some of our big purchases, not everything, but we wanted to show the comparison from last year to this year. And again, the increase is, inflation, but also a few other items. And also, we would purchase district-wide as opposed to just some schools or level-wide. So that was a conversation. We weren't dead set on 2-year or 1 year, and plus we have to work with finance to see what ESSER will allow us to do, whether it's materials or subscriptions and things.
Well, and to your point, I'll use the high schools as an example. For Chief 3000, we're moving forward with a 1 year because we want to make sure we are always keeping our eyes on what might be out there to support our students. But for Admentum, we're looking at a multi-year contract because that usually branches over when students are enrolled in those courses. Sometimes they cross over years. And so it's important for us to have some continuity so we can plan for a change. So we are trying to be very targeted in when we're making those decisions to extend. And we do realize there's a small risk. Sometimes there might be a better new product on the horizon, but for our students, we need to make sure they have access to what they need. And that might mean cutting licenses next year so we can purchase something new in the future. But I just wanted to share that we are trying to be strategic in our thinking there.
I would also add to that when the newest, greatest comes along, we don't usually go 100% in. We will pilot that. So that's exactly what we did with PENDA. We heard about PENDA, but we piloted it with different groups of teachers at different levels to see before we were all in. I think that's why looking at a 2-year purchase, for example, makes sense, because even if there is something great to come along, we're going to need that cushion of that second year to pilot before we would go full-blown.
Thank you. So in summary, you are approving anything that, from a literacy standpoint, that's purchased school-based. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. I got a yes and a no, but.
I guess a little more clarification on what the question is. We are looking to our principals to ask us to vet materials if it's a school-based purchase at high school. They do come to us if they have a question. For example, No Red Ink is a program that schools are looking to purchase. In some cases, it's come up through Jumpstart, but in other cases, schools might have funding for it.
So
they will ask sometimes for us to help.
But it's not required. So we can't say that everything that's purchased at a school is approved at the district level. That's a conversation to have with the superintendent as we look at all the new legislation. Not that as a principal, I want to purchase. Believe me, I wanted to purchase what I felt we needed. But I think that, from a system standpoint, we have some accountability that's been brought up today. So that is a good point. And then lastly, this list isn't comprehensive. It is more or less what is mainstreamed across schools. Is that correct?
Right. It doesn't have every single resource that any school would possibly purchase with Jumpstart or even or even a level, maybe. I don't know, like, as the summer goes on or the year goes on, there may be something, but these were the ones that, as we planned and know from what we've been using, what we want to tweak or add, and they were big, in total, it was a big purchase item. So and they'll be brought to you in different ways. Sometimes it will be from purchasing in that way, and sometimes it might be, we'll come back to the table and say, this is what it is and why it's such a big cost. And then others, again, like we said, don't even meet the threshold for school board approval. But we just, and in our conversations with Mr. Renoff and Dr. Johnson and Mr. Canties and Dr. Foster, it was, put it all together so that you could at least have some rationale for it and some description of what it is, so that when it does come forward in the future, there's a little bit of background knowledge.
All right, any more questions or comments? Wonderful, thank you so much for
Thank
everything
you.
you do every day. And we are going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you. We will return at 10:48. Thank you.
slight adjustment. Let me know if it's any better.
It looks better. You know what? It's not in every screen. Sometimes, like when there was, it was in. It was like 3 times that it goes like this. I didn't know if it was the monitor or some setting.
I think it was a setting in the back, so I have to adjust it.
Okay.
But if it just, if it keeps happening, like I know, we have everybody set to the same thing now, so.
Okay. Sue, it's your lucky day. You're here all day.
And then I get to drive to Orlando.
2 minutes.
I was going to say that, the other part, because I know that. We should have a model at middle school that is through language, so that they're going through going through immersion. I just had started those conversations.
Show, and he's
I
one of the
don't
people
know,
that's
but
in that
even
show.
still, I don't know that they're turning people away.
And watch him.
So I'm just pointing out that there's,
Yeah, it was fun.
I was kind of annoyed, quite
Yeah, and when we were
frankly,
there, I was there pretty much all day.
we should have done it
We
ourselves.
were gonna ride they had like that grid coaster for Harry Potter. And we sat there and waited in line for like almost 2 hours.
Not that I don't love
And then
it.
it rained.
Because I do.
So we couldn't go. And then we were gonna go
I think
back
there's
there
room
after it was
enough for
done raining.
both.
It was like a 3-hour wait. And I was like, I don't But I did get the ride we sat in line on another ride that wasn't gonna get closed down. And we were there for maybe like, waited in line for maybe like an hour. And by then it was like 9 p.m.
Thank you.
So the park was gonna close, so it was like 9.
Okay, we're going to call the workshop back to order. It's 10:48. We're moving into instructional materials and library services update. Dr. Foster, if you'd like to introduce.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have Sue Meckler and Rob Manugian today who are going to give an update on our instructional materials and library services update. The first part of that is to talk about adoption for the math and the social studies series that we have. They're also going to talk about a library management program to explore and give an update on classroom libraries and entering those into a system so parents can see what's being offered in the classroom. So with that, I'm going to turn it over.
Awesome. Thank you for your time this morning. We feel that this is really current and up-to-date and pertinent information to share with all of you, and we're excited to be here. I was going to ask Mr. Duggan if he would kind of give an overview of the piece that has landed us in doing 2 textbook adoptions at one time in a short amount of time. So, Mr. Duggan, if you can kind of explain the settlement agreement, please.
As I've discussed with you all previously.
Mike? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. As I've discussed with you all previously, about a couple of years ago, there was a lawsuit in Collier County over the textbook adoption process. They actually won at the trial level there, and on appeal, it was deemed to be unlawfully done. We had been doing it very similarly here, as well as many other school districts. So, of course, we're constantly looking at those things and recalibrating. The similar challenge was raised here in the aftermath of that court opinion. So we took a look at what we were doing and realized that we probably need to redo 2 of the adoptions, one for social studies, one for math. So a settlement was reached in that lawsuit as quickly as we could, and we are in the process of embarking on redoing those 2 adoptions. The laws permit you to cure violations, so essentially we're going to do a redo on those 2 textbook adoptions, and moving forwards, and as soon as we are able to complete that process in a reasonable fashion and, order new textbooks if necessary and get them delivered, we'll make that change in the textbooks.
Thank you very much. So in starting, if we could get the PowerPoint up, please. You can advance for me. So the first question is, what materials are we actually going to be reviewing? From the math perspective, as you know, we adopted McGraw-Hill Math Reveal K through 12 last year. In this redo process, we will be reviewing every publisher that was on the final list provided by the Florida Department of Education, which I want to remind you, they had some hiccups last year in what they approved. So their final list for math did not come out until October 6th in the fall. But we will be taking a look at all of those resources. The publishers will be coming in to present their materials, and our teachers will be able to make the best decision possible in what resource will help them as teachers and ultimately help all of our students achieve the best possible in mathematics. For social studies, there was a short bid list that we'd been working off of, and hot off the press last week, the state came up with their approved list and their non-approved list. So in working with council, we've decided that we are going to move forward and review those materials that have been approved by the Florida Department of Education regarding social studies. One thing to note about that is some of the publishers are resubmitting to the state based on the feedback that the state gave them. So any publisher that does meet that final approval by the Department of Education prior to when we start on June 1st, we will add them in as materials that we'll be looking at as well. The timelines have been approved and are posted on our district website. You all received copies of those. There are a couple changes from the ones that you received. Simply, it's a change in location. We found out that there's a board meeting on June 20th, so we're going to move that session up to Blue 221. And then there was also a conflict on June 7th, so that's in Blue 221, and then we'll be back in the chambers on the 8th. All of these meetings will be opened and noticed to the public. All of the open and noticed meeting and their agendas are on the district website. Everything has also been sent to the Sarasota Herald Tribune to make sure that for the week prior to the open and notice meeting, it is posted in the newspaper. So we are good to go, so to speak. Committee selection is the process that we're working through right now. We are challenged a bit on our committee selections in that we're hearing a lot of teachers can't commit to all of the meetings. And it is imperative that they attend all of them. The first one is the introduction and the overview of the entire process. They need to understand all the nuances that entails. The second set of meetings is related to them actually participating in the publisher presentations so that they are able to make informed decisions, do close reads of those materials, and fill out the rubrics to the best of their ability. And then that final meeting is coming back, analyzing all of the data and the results from that work, and then putting forward the top 2 publishers for each course and/or level, which will then go back to your schools in August so that all teachers can weigh in and make a final vote that we will then bring back to you, and then you will decide whether those recommendations will move forward or not. The other piece of it is really important is teacher training. So we are going to make sure that we worked with our principals that October 16th, that first professional day, we are hopeful that we will have that final decision that we're moving forward. Of course, that will still be advertised for public comment, but we plan to train teachers on that day. and then offer additional opportunities as we see. Usually the publishers will have several different webinars, different things that teachers can do some self-study on, but we also want to make sure we provide that guided learning for them as well. Any questions about textbook adoption? Oh, parents. I forgot that one. Hot off the press yesterday, our parent application went online. And so we are trying this for the first time, that we are asking any parent who's interested in serving on these textbook committees to fill out a forms document online. All of those will then be gathered. We will sort them by elementary, middle, high school, by social studies or mathematics, and we will draw 2 names for each of those at random and call them up and ask them to join us in this process, and we're anxious to see what kind of feedback we get from them. So that's that part. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Mr. Edwards?
Let me just be, parents was one of the, is it extraordinarily visible? Some that I can say, go here and you'll find it.
So part of the superintendent's address tonight will tell the parents at the meeting that it is there. It is posted on the district website, front and center, but on the instructional materials page is where they find the actual application. Click on the form. It's a very easy, simple form to fill out.
Okay. Then turning the page to our previous math textbook, McGraw-Hill. I, as you know, had issues with the workbook not matching the textbook, and some parents even went to the extreme of hiring tutors to make sure that their kids were moving along within the textbook. Is there going to be some sort of recourse with McGraw-Hill about what we did purchase? And if we don't continue with McGraw-Hill, how will that be resolved?
So the materials from McGraw-Hill were consumable. That's one thing that's good news, right? So all of those recurring materials are being delivered now, or they're already in-house? Okay. Those should be in our schools before the end of the year with new print materials for every student for every course. McGraw-Hill revised. We have new materials coming. Teacher editions have also been revised, so everything is good to go, cleaned up for the following year.
Okay, and how did we make sure that our students didn't suffer because of that? I mean, in other words, I want to make sure that they had the proper supports to get through this particular school year with materials that was...
So our teachers have really good rapport with our district program specialists, and daily, anything that anybody was finding, they were reporting to the program specialist. The program specialist then made sure that communication went out to all of our teachers so that we had that pipeline there, that in this particular unit, there was, a couple nuances here of a wrong answer or something was stated incorrectly. McGraw-Hill has obviously been devastated, that we've called them out on all of these things and said, whoa, thank you. But also, they've corrected it. They've made it right. So we are hopeful that we are starting 23-24 in a good place. I also think that our teachers are wise enough to know how to adjust and adapt and keep moving to make sure that our students are learning the best they possibly can.
So you're confident our students got through the year
I am very
without
confident.
any real
Yes.
damage?
Yes.
Okay,
And
thank you.
hopefully our results are going to show that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Any other comments?
Okay. Next.
Okay. Thank you for having me again. So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some things. Well, one thing that we're considering, an option we're considering, along with a piece to assist us in complying with current law. And the first piece is Insignia Library and Textbook Manager. As some of you know or may know, we use Follett Destiny. We've been what I would call or consider a power user of Follett Destiny since 2013. We regularly hear from Follett and other districts that we stretch their product as much as we possibly can. However, each year, I believe in my role, I usually get a call or two from another company offering another solution or a different solution. And very rarely do those conversations go much further than that conversation. However, in this case, Insignia approached us and was able to offer a multi-tiered solution. A lot of companies will provide a textbook manager or a library manager, but not both. And so we met with them and liked what they had to say. They were able to offer a very similar product to Follett Destiny. However, they were also able to offer us the possibility to expand what we offer in terms of compliance with the law and in terms of what I have heard here several times from the board and your constituents in terms of what they would like to be able to do for us. They offer some improved and automated reporting features that aren't currently available in Destiny, and by automated I mean for parents, things that we can push out to parents. They offer parent notification tools, which I can talk a little bit more about. They're also offering the ability for parents to go in and flag materials that a parent deems inappropriate for their student. So although Follett does offer that opportunity now, it is a reactive situation where a parent would have to call and speak to the library technician at the school who would manually have to go into the student's account to place a flag on the account for materials. With Insignia, the parent would be able to do that proactively, so just for their student. So if there's a book that they don't feel their child should have access to, it would be flagged, and if the student brought it to the library technician, the flag would come up and say the parent has requested that the child not have access to that material. An additional benefit to Insignia is that they are offering a classroom library manager, and that's a very good thing. And I'll explain a little bit more about that as I move forward. Can you change that? Thank you. So some benefits to Insignia right now as we move forward is an approximate, over 5 years, they're providing us with an approximate 45% price reduction over Follett Destiny. We pay Follett about $100,000 a year for their program. That's both sides of the house. That's the whole thing. Their initial cost would be approximately that same amount to get up and running. And then after that, their cost is cut about 50%, a little more than 50% less than Follett moving forward years 2, 3, 4, and 5. At the same time, they're offering some streamlined functionality, and due to their size, they're not as big as Follett, and they only have their hands in one thing, and that is this product. So where Follett is spread across multiple universes in instructional materials, textbooks, library, Insignia is focused solely on the textbook and library manager piece. And then I think one of the big benefits is the increased parental involvement and compliance features in terms of being able to communicate with families and parent notifications in a proactive manner that wouldn't require a heavy lift on our staff to accomplish. So there are some, of course, when we're looking at the positives, there are some potential negatives, and that is when. When would we do this? Normally, at the end of the fiscal year is when we sign contracts for programs moving forward. So one of our considerations would be, when do we do this? Would we look to try to implement something substantial like this prior to the start of the year, knowing that we're going to have to check out textbooks and using a program we haven't used. Additionally, we have to work through the training components with Insignia, as well as the data piece. We have a massive amount of historical data in Destiny in terms of circulation, all of those components, all of our inventory. And that would all have to be ported over. That process doesn't take very long, but we're still navigating through how far back can they go. We've seen, and the board has seen, situations where someone will come and talk about a book, and we'll say, well, when did we get the book? And we can only go back to 2013 when we switched to Destiny. And very similarly here with Insignia, they're confident they can go back. We just haven't found the date yet. So, you know, that's something to consider. If they can only pull in 1 year of historical data, that weighs heavily on how we move forward, knowing we're going to lose, you know, fines or lost numbers, inventory numbers, things like that.
So on June 6th, we are coming back to you to give you a bigger picture of kind of the state of all of our media centers, kind of looking at our circulation stats, some ideas to improve or enhance, bringing those literacy centers back to that focus that we would all love to see, especially at the secondary level. And part of that discussion then will continue to get feedback from all of you on this idea of moving forward with Insignia, plus we'll have additional information. But we just kind of wanted to whet the appetite and let you know where we are. We're excited about the possibilities. We think it's going to have those enhanced pieces that will help our families and help us to streamline and be in compliance with the law. So the next piece, Rob's going to give you the update on our classroom library inventory process. And again, I know it's taken a while to get here, but a lot of times it's that slow and steady is going to get us the best possible finish line outcome. So, Rob, go ahead.
So in order to comply with House Bill 1467, and now, even though 1069 has still, to the best of my knowledge, not been signed and moved forward, it is altering the landscape a little bit, but in order to comply with 1467, you know, we're required to publish all K-5 classroom libraries. The definition by DOE rule changed the media center definition to include K-5 classroom libraries. At this point in time, it hasn't been expanded to secondary schools. I think all of us in the instructional materials world anticipate that coming, but so far it hasn't, and I just clarified that with DOE because there's been some back and forth across the state on interpretations in terms of whether or not it has been expanded to 612, but my understanding is it has not as of yet. In order to comply with that law, Follett did not offer us a readily available solution to that. There are a number of other solutions, scanning books into spreadsheets and things like that and publish them. They were very taxing. We did identify a program called LaBib, which did that. LaBib offered 3 varying levels of services, a free version, a pro version, and what they call their enterprise or district version. Ultimately, we tried the free version. We looked at the pro version. Neither one of them really worked, in my opinion, to get the heavy lift off of schools and classrooms the way the enterprise or district version did, which we thought was very important. There still will be a lift there, and I'll go through that quickly in a minute. So we identified LaBib. We did, as I mentioned earlier, also find out in reviewing Insignia that Insignia offers a classroom library component. However, there are some pieces of their solution that would not work for us, and it would actually slow us down. So they're working on that. It just won't be available in a timely fashion. They're trying to take some components that are mandatory in their classroom library function and make them elective so we could turn them off, which would be beneficial. In my mind, if we do move forward with Insignia, we would use LaBib for a year, and then we would move all the data into Insignia, and we would have a one-stop shop. So, I mean, that's best case scenario if that happens. We did pilot at Tuttle Elementary, the free version, like I said, and that's where we discovered that it wasn't going to work that way. The pilot went well. Teachers scanned books for us. However, it did expose some rough spots. Where we are currently, I'm hopeful, I'm optimistic that by Friday we will have all of our documentation in place. We're working on a very short manual for teachers. LaBib calls them managers, so if you see that term, I don't like their use of managers, but that's what they call teachers. Every teacher owns their classroom library, which is one huge benefit to the enterprise or district version, was that it turned it over to the teacher to own their little piece there. Our goal would be to have all the documentation ready by Friday, communicate with principals on Monday, and then communicate out to staff on Tuesday, and let them know where we are and we're ready to go, with a deadline of the end of first quarter by 2023. I would imagine this process would move fairly quickly in some cases. And so, it just comes down to how quickly we can get everybody up to speed. And I think it'll move fairly quickly once we start. And just so you have an idea, conceptually what this would look like is every teacher would get an account, and they would go in and be able to scan their own library. We're going to be offering a number of solutions for schools. Teachers can do this if they elect to. Schools can identify groups of staff, teams who will go out and do the scanning for them. Ultimately, they'll be responsible for scanning that classroom library, and then on the back end, we will take care of all of the publishing and compliance with the law. So schools won't have to worry about any of that. All they will have to do is ensure that any teacher on their campus that has a classroom library gets it scanned. And then we will go live as those happen. And you are seeing on your screen some screenshots of what it would look like live. Ultimately, at the district level, there would be one link. So a member of the public would click on the link, they would pick the school, any school, they would see the teacher's name along the left side. In this case, we used Tuttle. We redacted the names of the teachers and left Dr. Felino. I did get her okay after the fact, but I did get her okay. And you'll see the number of books in that library, and when you click on it, you'll see a couple of books. So in her case, you would see all of the titles she has with a little description of the book. We are going to be providing instructions for teachers, some common sense rules on weeding their classroom libraries. Make sure everything's age grade appropriate. Make sure the information is easily understood and comprehensible for students. At the same time, books that aren't circulating, haven't been read in a long time, it's that opportunity to go into their classroom library and weed it the way we would do our regular libraries. So that being said, are there any questions on that part?
Mr. Edwards?
I just have a quick follow-up on what you just said of updating the classroom library, whether, for the teacher, does the teacher have to always be responsible for books that come in and books that go out? I mean, or that are eliminated. I don't mean checked out, but that they no longer use.
Great question. The teacher's going to own their classroom library. I think our district did a great job of not inserting themselves into a teacher's classroom library, and ultimately with the understanding that by law, anything added to a K-5 classroom library needs to be vetted, just as we would do adding any book to a regular media center at the school site. So we are finalizing our process on how that will work. So if a teacher goes to Barnes & Noble and buys 5 books on a Sunday, that they know what to do when they get to their classroom Monday morning in terms of getting those vetted. Our district media specialists right now are working on Under contract, we had a list of approximately 2,000 titles that schools wanted to buy this year that we did not allow them to purchase. And I believe as of yesterday, I tallied, they are up to 883. So they have vetted 883 of those titles and adding them to a master list. Ultimately, I think we'll be in a really good place where the process becomes the process. So teachers will understand and schools will understand when they want to purchase books, it has to go through these steps. They'll be vetted, they'll be added to the list. Everyone will have access to that list and be able to pick and choose from that list. But ultimately, the teachers will be responsible for adding and removing books from their classroom library. They're all going to have an account. They'll be able to just log into the account, scan the book in, delete the book out.
Have you gotten any information that teachers are no longer going to have classroom libraries?
I have not. I'm not aware of anybody saying I'm not going to have a classroom library. So,
great, thanks.
Is it correct to say that when teachers establish their classroom library, that there's an expectation that those books are aligned to the grade level standards or literacy levels, et cetera, and appropriate for that grade level? Or there's a form, if I'm not, isn't there a district form if something is iffy that has to be signed by the principal? Is that correct?
No, I'm not sure. So just to clarify, are you talking about adding new titles to
Yes.
classroom libraries?
Yes.
Yeah, so adding new titles, if a teacher wants to add a title, it will have to go through the vetting process.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it
That's the clarification I
Yes.
was looking for.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Marinelli?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I think it's very important for the public to know that, yes, indeed, these steps are being taken because we've all been through, the challenge. So, and then I just, even though I know that's not you, they would be at the school level, that for the very, very few that might not follow, that there'll be a process that the administrator will follow up on. That's not your responsibility. But I do want to thank you for spending so much time, and I do want the public to know how much time this has taken. It's not a political statement. It doesn't mean that we agree with the legislation or not agree, but every time there is something new that has this magnitude to it, it really takes a lot of time of district staff and school staff to make sure we are following the legislation. So please, I thank you and pass that on that, we know how hard it is and that we appreciate everything that everybody's doing to keep us in compliance.
Mr. Enos?
So just to follow up real quick, so the two programs we don't have currently?
So Insignia, we haven't moved on at all. It's really in the exploration phase. We're having conversations. We have staff developing questions for them to make sure they can answer, to ensure that there are those non-negotiable pieces that if they can't provide, we won't move forward. Labib we have purchased and we're moving forward. So it's purchased the professional license. We've added all of our school staff. We went out to schools and asked them to send us lists of their teachers that have classroom libraries. We've uploaded them into the system. They're ready to go. We're this close. We just have to finalize the documentation. We don't want to leave anybody hanging and feeling like they don't have what they need to implement.
And I appreciate that, because ultimately when I look at that, I think that part of the issue is people get scared about the statutory compliance, and exactly, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. What I'm getting at is that this will also, I'm assuming that these have built in there that if there's anything that, statutorily, this will put us in compliance as a district, the teachers will be, everybody, what I'm getting at is both of those programs would ultimately follow state statute that's been enacted for our compliance as a district and teacher.
Correct. So, I mean, the LaBib piece goes a long way. And the insignia piece for library and textbook management doesn't really fall under it's just a tool. You know, it's a framework for getting the work done, circulating books, doing inventory and those things. The LaBib piece for classroom libraries is the compliance tool. And hopefully, if we do move forward with insignia, like I said, that they have a built-in classroom library manager, so we'll be able to get rid of the LaBib piece and just use one tool.
I guess the only other question I have, because I know we had our IT presentation with Focus, this will, I mean, will they be able to, because that was one of the things about having for parents to be able to see what their kids are reading, et cetera, et cetera. Will this integrate in with them so that the programs will work together, or are you not sure?
So the single sign-on piece, I know that LaBib, which is different from Focus in the student information system piece. So, you know, initially I have had conversations with Joe in terms of data sharing and what they share. The LaBib piece doesn't share data outside of a name. There are no students in there. So we're not sharing any student data at all. It is literally what you see on the screen. So there isn't really a tie to the student information system. There hopefully will be a tie to ClassLink, single sign-on, so we can import teachers so we don't have to manually create accounts over and over and over again. Insignia is a different animal, and I think when we get there, even though Joe did sit in on a meeting with their CEO to discuss the data sharing tools, and it is very similar to Destiny, what we use now. So it would integrate with single sign-on ClassLink and also with Focus, which I love because of our current student information system isn't wonderful. So if we were to move to Focus and we move to Focus, we'd be able to make use of tools that I can't right now. So say forecasting textbooks to say, hey, here's our enrollment, here's what we have. We're short 500 or we're over 500, we can move these. Those are huge components. And to be fair, I mean, Destiny offers those, but because our SIS is a little wonky, we can't really do that.
Yeah, and the reason I bring it up is just as a parent perspective, you know, having 3 children, the easier, you know, it's the old keep it, you know, the KISS method. The easier it is for a parent to navigate, to be able to have one-stop shop in reference to their child, and the dashboard is everybody I talk to about the website, everybody I talk to, the easier it is for them to navigate, just like how nice would it be to be able to buy your Kappa gown here and be able to buy your tickets here and be able, so it's all together, so it's not 52 things, and then we survey monkey out, and then, I mean, I wanted to make sure that it'll integrate, because I think that is such an important piece, because the less that, why not use technology to our advantage and put less work on our staff? So I think that this, like you said, I appreciate the presentation. I think it all accomplishes that, and hopefully that, you know, when you get the go-ahead with, to move forward with the other program, then, you know, hopefully you'll bring it back there, and, you know, we'll, you know, because I think, it makes it easier for everybody, and cost reductions in your presentation. I think it just makes sense. So thank you.
Well said, Mr. Enos. And seeing no further discussion from my colleagues, are anything else that you have to add? Or thank you both very much. Thank your staff. Thank you for all the work you do. Very much appreciated. And we are moving on to agenda item number 5, discussion of leadership positions. Dr. Foster, please.
All right, thank you. So while we're getting the slideshow set up, just a little update on the schedule. What we'd like to do, it's about 11:30, is go through my presentation on the discussion of leadership positions, and then if we can go ahead and do the student code of conduct update. I think the thought is that we would need to do that today in order to keep on that timeline to have the code of conduct ready to go for the start of the school year. And then that will put us at a lunch break around 12:15. And then we will move transportation to another date.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me get the clicker and I'll go ahead and start. Thank you. So today I want to go through some key instructional leadership positions. This is something that I've talked about for a couple of meetings and kind of had postponed it with the idea of getting as much information as possible related to the budget. It's a little tricky because the official budget, I know Bonnie and her team will be coming June 6th to present the budget, and then final approval will be in July. But when we look at leadership positions, we're kind of in that time frame that if we are adding any positions, leadership positions that would potentially impact principals, that we would need to kind of move forward at this time in order to make sure that we have all principals lined up and in place, ready to start the new school year. So that's why we're moving forward with this presentation. My hope is, and what's happened in the past is superintendents have kind of shared any potential changes to district leadership so that those positions could go ahead and be in process as we finalize the budget. So as I shared, Ms. Penner and her team will be providing an update. Our preliminary numbers, it looks like we've been able to bring in additional dollars from the FEFP. It's looking like approximately a 47 million increase to FEFP, and I'm looking at Ms. Penner to jump in if there's anything that's not correct, and about a 13 million increase from referendum dollars, and she'll be covering that. As of now, we're looking at approximately 16.5 million being put into the schools, and so my presentation this morning is adding a couple of key positions at the district office, and so I'm going to kind of share those with you, and then I can take any questions related to how it impacts the budget or how these positions would potentially impact the district. So the three areas that I want to discuss, first of all, is professional learning, leadership development, and then a focus on each level, so elementary, middle, and high school. So professional learning, so back in 2017, our professional learning department, our professional development department at the time, was kind of dismantled, so to speak, and was kind of divided and put into curriculum. And we split off into curriculum teams. There's a lot that has come out that's been great from the curriculum standpoint. And we've had our curriculum directors present here today, and you can see a lot of the information that they're able to share and to move us forward in that area. Unfortunately, the professional learning category, specifically as far as kind of moving our district forward in professional learning, has been kind of sitting there and being done somewhat as side jobs. This is the next few slides that I'm going to walk through, just provide an overview. I asked Kelly Ellington, she was our last director of professional development, to provide an overview of what she used to do in that position and what her department used to do. So these things currently are either somewhat on the back burner or they're being done as side jobs, as opposed to having a true department and a true team clearly focused on this work. So just a quickly run through some of these. We have the professional development system, the management of that system, the students with disabilities requirement. This is specifically the requirement that all teachers are required to have in order to work with students that have special needs. Our internship program, we used to have a very robust internship program. We now are averaging more 15 or so interns per year. Sarasota County induction program, this is the new induction program for when teachers come in new to our district. New teacher orientation is when teachers come in, that initial orientation they have as they join the district. Our Teacher of the Year program. Gifted endorsement courses, so as students work with students who are identified as gifted, they are required to take 2 courses each year working toward that endorsement. Professional learning, you can see some areas that have been crossed out here at one time. So the areas that are all listed are all the areas that the professional development department was offering at the time in 2017 when we had that department. And as you can see, we're down to just a couple of areas where we're offering professional development. Communicating with the PD facilitators at each school. So as different school sites offer professional development at their school, it's required to be entered into that system. And we do have a coordinator or a facilitator at each school site. Endorsement courses, we've got ESOL reading, the teacher evaluation plan. The evaluations not only for instructional but classified and administrators, PD credit, so when people come in from out of county, or if they take a course that's out of county, how that transfers over to our system. And then support for PIPs and IAPs, so those are teachers that are on performance plans, and the NEAT process is classified staff if they need support, and then employee development. So these are some of the areas. My recommendation this past year, we had a supervisor of professional learning position. We had contracted support for the PIPs and IAPs, is to transfer that over and hire an executive director of professional learning. I had initially calculated it by looking at the midpoint of the positions. Since then, Ms. Penner has shared the budgeted differential, so the budgeted differential shares benefits, et cetera. So the cost differential in adding this position would be approximately $48,644. So I'll go ahead and go through all the positions and then take questions at the end. Professional learning, the rationale is a comprehensive and innovative professional learning department is essential to recruiting and retaining the best instructional staff. Being in human resources, when we go out and we go to recruit instructional teachers, especially if they're coming out of college, the best teachers are the ones that say, what kind of program do you have? How are you going to offer support in my first year? And what training do you offer so I can continue to develop my career? And we want to be able to have that program in place and be able to share with any teachers that are joining our district that we have a robust professional learning department and will provide lots of opportunities. All of these positions directly relate to student achievement. So the professional learning position, it will ensure that teachers are offered innovative and crucial professional learning opportunities to impact student achievement. That includes reading, the reading endorsement, students with disabilities, ESOL. So even if we look at the reading endorsement, that came about during this time where we didn't have a PD department, and our numbers have been significantly behind other districts where they were able to rapidly get 100% of their teachers certified and have the reading endorsement. It has taken us a lot longer to get that in place just because we're kind of doing it as side jobs within different departments. Next step is to create an evaluation tool focused on enhancing professional practice and leading to improved instruction. So since we have not had a professional development department, we have not made changes to our PRIDE rubric. So really having a department that can stay on the cutting edge, making sure that when we go in classrooms that we are looking for the best strategies and the best ways to move our kids forward, and that we're providing that training to our principals so they know what to look for when they go into the classroom. To offer support when teachers are struggling, this is that PIP IAP process. If we have a teacher that is struggling, we want to provide that support so that we can help them to be successful. And so having a designed system to provide that support for them is very important. And then finally, as I shared, to develop a robust internship program, I think we could create a program where we are actively recruiting interns to kind of be the leader in internships, because when we have interns in our district and they're working under our teachers, they're learning the best practices in our classroom so that when they become a first-year teacher in our district, they already know many of the initiatives and programs that we have in place in our school system. Moving on to leadership development. This was something that Sarasota County took the lead on, going back to Superintendent Wilma Hamilton in 2003. She had the vision to create the leadership development program. For 8 years, the district led the state in leadership development for aspiring administrators, school-based and district administrators. Wendy Katz was the person that took that initiative. I was fortunate to be part of that program. I did go through her programs, the Leadership Academy, the Preparing New Principals, and just a very powerful program as far as preparing our administrators, whether they were taking on an AP role, a principal role, or even an administrative role here at the district office. From 2011 to 2018, due to budget cuts during the recession, that position was cut to the point where we did contracted services. Wendy did continue to provide that support on a contracted basis. In 2018 to 2020, the district added the position, and we were provided funding by the state. In 2021, that funding was cut, although the leadership development requirements they are now required by the state. It is essential that we have a principal pipeline. We were fortunate to have a foundation that supported our leadership development position for the last 2 years, and that grant is expiring June 30th of this year, June 30th, 2023. So this is just, kind of gives a history of leadership development. You can see it's part of state statute. It is now a state mandate and a requirement that every district develop and implement a principal pipeline. And so starting June 30th, we won't have this position. So these next few slides kind of share some of the things that we have been doing with this grant position. And once again, just like professional learning, these things would be done kind of as side jobs if we don't move forward in adding a position related to this. So preparing new principals program, the Leadership Academy, monthly assistant principal clusters, the Excel program, which is for teachers that are interested in just exploring the possibilities with administration, new AP, PLC induction, our monthly principal meetings, monthly AP meetings, providing ongoing administrative support, which includes coaching, mentoring, creating that principal pipeline, providing professional learning communities. So we talked a little bit about PLCs and how that work would continue and how we would monitor that work. The Summer Leadership Institute. One thing that was added in 2018 to this position was district accreditation. That was something that we used to just do school by school. The leadership standards and a little bit more about PMP and the Leadership Academy. So the rationale in supporting this, highly effective school leaders work with stakeholders to establish the vision, mission, and goals, and they provide the necessary direction and guidance to help teachers and students achieve those goals. And highly effective leaders create a positive school culture focused on collaboration, innovation, and most importantly, student achievement. And I shared in the resource there, a recent study found that top performing principals generate nearly 3 months of additional learning for students in both reading and math annually. A little bit more rationale for the position and how it impacts student achievement. The position will lead administrators to create a culture at their schools focused on high expectation. So we really want to make sure that we have someone that's working with all our principals, letting them know to set those high expectations across the board. This really talks to the Tier 1 instruction that we've addressed in the presentations earlier today, really setting that tone within the school that everyone can achieve and setting that bar high. To deliver necessary trainings for administrators on how to conduct observations and walkthroughs and provide meaningful impact to student learning and engagement. There's a process in training our principals to know what to look for in the classroom. I think a lot of times when teachers are in the classroom and the principal walks in, there's that initial instinct to try to run to the student to try to provide that assistance, because the thought is if the student is struggling, that the teacher doesn't want to be observed with the student struggling. So in trying to provide that support to principals to say, as students are in the classroom, if they are, going through that growth mindset process, that's when kids are making learning gains and really having that development of leaders learning that as well as the teachers, so we're learning that in sync. Provide ongoing professional leadership development and support with the current best practices and education, and then develop new leaders for all positions with the background, skills, and knowledge to put our district at the top of the state. The executive director position, this gives a historical perspective of where we were. 2017, 2018, we did have 3 executive directors. We had an elementary, middle, and a high. That went away in 2018, and we went down to 2, and the middle and high were absorbed into 1. So you can see the average went from approximately 14,000 students per executive director to 23,000 students per executive director. You can see our enrollment numbers continue to increase, and even the projection moving forward is that we would continue to increase. So with these next 2 slides, I've shared our scores and really looking at where we are. These are FSA scores for each individual grade level for 2021 and 2022, and we're just starting to get fast data coming in. So you can see, 3rd grade, we went from 66 to 63, 4th grade 63 to 69, 5th grade 65 to 64, and moving down to the math scores, kind of making little tweaks here and there. but definitely see areas where we need to address some key areas if we're going to move the scores forward. And not just move them forward a little, not just tweak them, but really make significant gains so that our scores are high across the board. This next slide shows our information, our data for FSA scores for the last 2 years in 6th, 7th, and 8th, reading and math. Once again, there are some key areas where we need to work with our schools to really address the data and the numbers. And so my next recommendation is kind of to, if we're going to make drastic changes, I think we really need to change our structure. If we want big changes with the results, we need to make big changes with the structure. And so initially it was to add one extra executive director, which would have put one at each level. I had gone back and forth potentially to do K-8 North, K-8 South, had lots of discussions with our teams, and the thought was that was good for kind of getting the numbers evened out a little bit if we did a K-8 model, but not providing the time to really focus on the individual needs of the levels and the individual needs of the schools. So, and not wanting to add more to this recommendation, it was to go ahead and move the Executive Director of Human Resources position at this time to another elementary. So my overall recommendation is to have an elementary north, elementary south, a middle, and a high. And the thought process there is the executive directors now focused on those schools can really dive into the data. So when we talk about who's overseeing different things, we have that. If you look at restaurants, for example, and you have regional directors that are overseeing restaurants, if they're trying to oversee 23 restaurants and going through, it's very difficult to really make sure you're able to do much more than just kind of manage check-in. We want the executive directors to own those kids. So just as a principal would say, I have 800 kids in my school. Right now I have one vacancy in 3rd grade. Right now this is how my students scored on FAST PM1, FAST PM2, the executive director of these schools would say, I have 10,000 students. I oversee 11 schools. I have 10,000 students. I have 3 vacancies at the 3rd grade level. These are my PM1 scores. These are my PM2 scores. This would be my expectation as far as how we would move forward to really dive in and move instruction forward for our students, is not just having check-ins, but really providing the time for our executive directors to own the schools, own the data, and really work with the individual school sites. So in moving the HR position, the thought was if we were able to add professional learning and leadership development, those are in the areas of human resources that would continue to move us forward in that category, and this would provide the support I believe we need if we want drastic change at the elementary level. I think we need to do something that is very different than we've ever done and kind of look at it through a different lens. So overall, these are the positions on for the individual levels. This would bring our average executive director to student ratio to 11,691 students per ED. It would provide the staffing model going back to what we had, but then now adding an extra executive director to these levels. As we look at the construction of new schools, we have 2 schools being constructed right now. So we've got the K-8 school in Sky Ranch, and we've got the new high school going in Welland Park, and we have some other schools that we're going to have to continue to explore as growth continues. So until principals are selected for these schools, that workload falls on the ED to make sure as we start to do redistricting for those schools, as we start to select staff, select colors, the structure of the buildings, all of that, that is the executive director stepping in until that principal is selected. We have, this provides the ability to provide proactive versus reactive support so that the ED is directly connected to the data, not waiting for principals to share, but that they own those students and they have that data at their fingertips. It also provides time to connect with charter schools, and we haven't talked a lot about charter schools. I know we approved the charters, and that is in process, but really starting to connect more with the charter schools because those student scores are part of our scores. Those students are our students. So providing training, including the teachers and the professional development we're offering, and really starting to bridge that gap. When you take, and I'll use Dr. Johnson's position that he oversees right now, 23 elementary schools, for him to be able to try to now do outreach to the charter schools. Just from a time standpoint, it's difficult to get to the 23 schools as is, and to try to add charter schools would be something that would be probably a little bit more difficult with the current structure that we have. Also, this would, I think, allow more time to provide some instructional continuity. We want the transition to be between levels to be very clear, and that we can, as I've shared already in this report, more intensive support for schools. It's a totally different way of looking at how we provide service to the schools. So overall, looking at all the positions, I believe these key instructional leadership positions will provide the necessary support and focus to increase student achievement across the board. And so the total cost, benefits package, everything of what is proposed today is $474,806. So with that, I'll take questions. Like I shared, if we're going to move forward with these positions, the timeline is a little bit important, probably, that we would have, some kind of either head nod or not to move in that direction, so that if we do pull people out of schools, that we are able to replace those people and make sure we have all schools ready to go with their principals to start the new year. So with that, I will take questions. And
Questions, comments?
Nobody?
Mr. Edwards, please.
Nothing, huh? I didn't get, these reports still aren't helpful from my perspective in terms of the dollars and cents. So you have 408.
Okay, so the cost for an executive director, I proposed adding executive director of leadership development, which would be completely new. The cost of that is $213,081, and I don't know if Ms. Penner wants to come up, but so that would be the cost including benefits. So that's what we budget for an executive director. The cost of another executive director of the school-based level would be that same, so it's adding 2 of those, and then the differential with the professional learning adds an additional $48,644. And then the other one I converted HR. So that was just a direct move over. So the overall is adding 2, and the professional learning differential, because I removed the 2 positions, to make a total of $474,000. Ms. Penner, you can, I think that's based on the numbers that I had.
Yes, those are the numbers we worked through together.
Yep.
Okay, is there a sheet that has that? So, and are we approving that within the January 6th budget, or is that part of what we're doing here?
So as we talked about, I think the last time I was up here, we're going to have some one-on-ones that I believe start Monday, and try to get some in-depth conversation, because I believe each board member has mentioned a few different concerns. So I want to make sure you see where we're trying to address your specific concerns with the documents we're pulling together. And by the way, I have to give a shout out to our budget department, because those folks have been working like crazy. You're going to have some great documentation presented to you at those meetings. And again, we're going to have if I still go back to the menu, we're going to show you what the budget has brought in based on revised property values and the FEFP, the things that are mandatory. FRS went up, of course, part of those, that additional $47 million that Dr. Foster mentioned is some additional costs for charters as well as our scholarship students. So we're going to show you the mandatory things that have been taken out, and then the school level changes, so you can see what is being proposed for the school level, and then also what is being proposed for the district, what level again, so you can see all the bits and pieces and make those decisions based on a holistic approach.
Okay, so I guess because there's not a sheet here that says how we get to $480,000. I hear it, but it's, I'm visual, so I need to see a sheet. But that doesn't preclude me from saying that I have been the school board member that is not, that every dollar has to be in the classroom. We can't get to 48,000 students if there's not a good infrastructure to support those students. So I'm on that page. So I'll start with that, but getting a financial snapshot that is, a week in advance would be helpful, because it feels like, for example, the second executive director in elementary happened rather quickly.
And that one did not have a cost differential because that was moving the HR position to that position.
I understand, but it still happened quickly.
It's a recommendation,
Yeah.
correct, yes.
So it happened within the less than a week. So it happened between our conversation is my point. So those kinds of things, in my opinion, require some thought process, some deliberation, at least from this board member. I can't speak for others.
And I can share a little. I know I mentioned that I met with our elementary team. We're starting to get some preliminary data in from FAST. And so some of this is a reflection of some of the preliminary numbers that we're getting in. And so as I look at the data from the last few years of FSA 21, FSA 22, preliminary numbers from FAST, my thought process, which is why I made that addition in the last week, is that we need to do things very differently than we've done before. If we tweak what we're doing, we're going to tweak the scores. If we make slight changes, we're going to make slight changes in the scores. If we want to drastically change what we're doing and we want to lead the state, my thought is we need a structure here that supports that. This structure that's being proposed for the 2 elementary, 1 middle, 1 high, it's similar to what's done in many other districts. Our oversight right now of 23,000 students per 1 executive director and no leadership development, no professional development departments in place. I think some of the pieces that have come up through these workshops recently where we say who's overseeing this, who's monitoring this, who makes sure this is happening, those are the things that are being done as side jobs. So we have a lot of things in our district, and kudos to our team to get the things done, but we don't have people that are in charge, that are accountable to say this is what I own, these are my numbers, this is what I'm in charge of. So that is the hope with this plan.
Okay, so I'm going to try it again.
Mm-hmm.
I understand we can't have 48,000 students without a good infrastructure. So I'm already on your page. What feels to me is that there's no financial backup in this conversation, and that it still feels reactive to me instead of proactive. And maybe that's not your intention, because some of these changes are significant, like a $200 and some thousand change is significant, in my opinion, and that feels reactive. I'm not saying that we don't need it. I'm just saying that from my perspective as an individual board member, it just requires some deliberation on my behalf. When I hear, first of all, professional development, I always grew my employees from the inside, always. That's how I did it, and I love that idea. I'm behind it. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I hear a lot of great things. It's just that I would feel better if it was less reactive and more thought out and presented. Here's what we really need from just within the last week is my point. And that doesn't mean I'm still not behind you. Okay? So from that point on, I would also say I'm a little concerned on the executive director level. I still feel like there's a lot you've packed into those positions, everything from charter schools, input from new builds, owning the students, owning the data. And what I've seen in my 2 years with the 2 executive director positions that we have is that they tend to spend almost all of their time in reactive mode. Problems happen, stuff happens, parent has an issue, they're constantly reacting, and I'm still feeling like that job is a little more overloaded in reactive kind of things that prevent them from being proactive in the data and helping the professional development or the student data piece of it. That's my feedback. It feels still kind of packed with responsibilities, and there's no intervention from the reactive piece of the job when problems happen, like just this morning. So those kinds of things that's a concern of mine. I'd like to see some discussion around that job description a little bit more. My only other concern about 2 elementary is that it's dividing our community in north and south. I understand it from a logistics standpoint, but I'm looking to see how it can stay unified with best practices and all of those kinds of conversations. So I'm just throwing out where I feel that it needs to have some more dialogue and more conversations, not that I'm not behind the head count.
Yeah, so if I can just address the north-south component. And so the principals typically get involved to try to meet the individual needs within the community of their students. So for example, if you live in North County, we have resources in North County that are very different than the resources that are provided in Venice or in Northport. And so the thought in dividing the county into a north-south section with elementary would provide the opportunity for that executive director to connect with some of our local agencies and really provide services. So I can use, I was at Philippi Shores and we connected with a number of different locations in Sarasota, such as the Roy McBean Boys and Girls Club, the Robert Taylor Complex, the SOAR Learning Center. And so really being able to partner with different agencies in town to meet the needs within that portion of town. So for example, North County, and then it would allow someone to focus on South County and connect with agencies in Northport and Venice and the opportunities that are there. And it kind of takes that principal position and expands it to be able to provide services within the district. And another thing I think we need to look at as we go from elementary to middle school, we've lost, some students are transitioning out of our traditional schools from the elementary to middle school level. And I think by splitting up elementary allows the executive director of that elementary level to connect with those families and connect with the middle school person to develop programs and put things in place to try to connect the elementary schools with their local middle schools so that hopefully we can transition more onto our traditional middle schools as well.
Again, all I hear is that why it's what you want to do. I've never heard yet. I want to take your feedback and think about that and see if there's a better way to do it. That's my only feedback.
I can definitely take the feedback, and I can share too that there's been a significant amount of input from principals and the leadership team. This is something initially I had brought to come forward probably about 2 months ago, and I pulled it back. Had lots of discussions, put it back on, pulled it back. So a lot has gone into, I know initially I had proposed a realignment. I pulled that back because there was the thought of just make a couple of recommendations. So I, have pulled it back significantly with things that I think directly impact student achievement in Sarasota. I think all of these positions are directly aligned to moving instruction forward in our district. So,
Mr. Edwards,
I'm done.
you have more? Okay, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Enos.
So when I look at this stuff, and when I ultimately look at this, and I was in the district for 22 years at a different level. When I look at all this stuff, and I look at Miss Marinelli and what she did, and I remember Miss Rose after she left Sarasota Middle School, and then she ended up going and she was executive director of middle schools, and then of course when we switched it over, and then Mr. Cantis got it on top, which. Not that he does much during the day. Have all middle and high schools. Not that there's anything that happens at those levels. I'm sure everybody could concur. I'm in support of this, but I think at the end of the day, we cannot continue to do the same stuff and put the emphasis without anybody there, especially when you look at the charter, which I think is exactly what Mr. Edwards is saying. The same thing at the charter school level. If you have one school that's really not meeting the objectives, and we all agree, but by state statute, we can't do anything, what support are we offering for that school? Well, we can't do anymore when you have a person that's spread so thin that, we have to be able to have that. Because I think when you look at the organization, and you look at the last 2 superintendents, every time that there's a change in leadership, you expect them to come and do manpower allocation, ultimately to see what's the organizational structure, to be able to see what are the goals, where do we need to go, which ultimately is always reading, writing, and arithmetic. So when we look at all of that stuff, I would just say, this also just brings us back to where it was during, I believe you said, in 17, 18, And I don't think there's a person in here that thinks it's exactly the same from 17, 18, because I think Miss Clayton was at Emma Booker, and she would call me on a daily basis just to say hello. That being said, times have changed so much, you know, like I know with the incidents that occur on a daily basis, I think that, you know, we obviously looking at manpower allocation, but obviously you have to have supervision to be able to hold people accountable, to be able to implement the programs. And if we're looking at such a strenuous impact of putting programs in, or I shouldn't say strenuous, excuse me, but we're looking at adding this stuff and looking at funding, putting our resources, especially at the elementary level. It only makes sense to have, because I mean with Mr. Johnson, it has 23 schools. There's really in a majority of your charters or elementary schools / middle, it's kind of hard for him to also be able to do all of those on top of everything else. And again, you just look at transportation. If you needed to go from Englewood Elementary to Emma Booker, just bring a lunch, because at some point you're stuck on the interstate for 3 hours. So I just think in that is 100% is I think that if we're really making the impact, we need to be able to provide the support to the principals, to the teachers. Professional development, I think, speaks for itself. I had so much professional development at the sheriff's office. That's all we did was develop people. I think that is huge. The leadership aspect of principals, assistant principals, developing people. You know, I can't say enough as, you know, this particular board member, I'd like to even see more changes in alignment to be able to make us more operationally efficient, to be able to get to where we can really push our resources and then give those people, because at the end of the day, you know, why not, you know, you can't keep adding stuff, but keep the same staffing levels. We are way past that. So with that, I would say, you know, I'm in agreement with it. I think in regarding the reference to the money, you know, I think that if we want to really make an impact, the quickest we can make the impact, including the pre-K and up to the third grade reading level, is to be able to have people that will be able to provide the support. And I think it just makes sense. So thank you.
Mrs. Marinelli, please.
Thank you. I certainly understand how the structure works, and I think our staff is way overburdened. So I think we do need to look at things differently and get things aligned. But with that being said, I need to see the whole budget. I think picking something out, that's kind of like what we've done in the past. It's almost like a Band-Aid. I think we need to see the budget. I want to see where cuts have been made. I want to see what additions. I want to be able to compare what we want for the 23-24 school year compared to this year or even going back. And I don't even know how many executive directors we're going to have now. I mean, it used to be you didn't have that many executive directors. And you had people under the executive director that had real specific things to do. So I want to look at the whole picture before I even begin to say, I'm going to approve this. And I also, if I looked at the agenda, these 3 positions are on the agenda for our approval, and if I've heard my board members in the past, that was not something that was supposed to happen unless we were looking at a field trip or something that was an emergency. So I agree with many of the things that Mr. Edwards said. I agree with some of the things Mr. Enos, but for me, I got to see the big picture, because I think we do need to look at things differently. I absolutely do think we need a middle school executive director. How elementary, whether it's 2 executive directors or you still have 1 executive director that is over all of them, so there is no disconnect, but have somebody at each north and south. I think we just need to look at it, but for me, I can't make a decision without looking at the whole budget. And also, I want to see what is being cut at our schools, because I can't see us adding at the district level if we've cut any instructional or aides or whatever at that elementary that affects K through 3. Or if it affects at our Title I, or if it affects those schools that don't have the population where they have foundations and can pay for a teacher, or are with the Title I who gets extra money. What about those schools that don't have any of that? So for me, I have to look at the big picture before I can do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli. Mrs. Penner, it's just one quick question. In the one-on-ones looking over the budget that you had mentioned, I'll let you walk. And thank you for, it's just a quick one because it's relative to my comments. When we go over those budgets, you referenced that we would have school budgets and have a better understanding of what's in our schools, which for me is part of this picture. And two questions. Will we also have department budgets? And with those school budgets and potential department budgets, will there be an added column of the dollars that are funding each of the categories in those budgets? For example, ESSER, general dollars, categorical dollars, et cetera, because that's part of this whole picture. So what exactly would, general outline, will it include those pieces I mentioned?
So the school budgets that you'll be getting, the sheet that we had talked about months ago that shows the totality of the school, that's not going to be ready as it stands, but you'll see what the schools are allocated based on their allocated worksheets, so how that is all derived. We have some very specific information on personnel allocations at the schools, which were not cut. There were changes based on enrollment, but there was no cut that was made unless the school was reduced number of students. So again, you'll see how their discretionary budget and their personnel allocations are being derived. There is a very extensive listing that shows by category the different personnel allocations that are made for each school. So you'll see where they're getting their regular teacher allocations. You'll see if they get additional ESOL allocations. You'll see where they've got their ARP, their ESSER dollars. So all those bits and pieces are in that. It's again a pretty extensive. It's not a pretty document, but it's an extensive document.
And any departmental information?
Yes, we'll also have the departmental. You're used to seeing the organizational charts that have the notes as to the changes that are being proposed, both the changes that Dr. Foster has proposed, as well as additional changes that are being requested by the departments as normal. And you'll see not only the changes, a summary of the changes of positions that have been requested or any upgrades that have been requested. Again, both Dr. Foster's request and the department's request, as well as any dollars that have needed to be changed. Of course, you'll see, especially in facilities, the inflation has created some additional requests. So you'll see, again, dollars that are requested as well as positions. So we've got some of it's not exactly in the format that we would normally like to have to present, but I think you're going to get a very comprehensive picture of what this budget is going to look like. You'll have a summary budget, which is what was presented when I got here last year. So, just the single page that shows you what happened, an overview of what's happened with the budget that's being proposed. And then we go about it a second way where we talk about these are the changes that are being proposed. So again, as was mentioned, the FEFP went up $47 million, and here are the things that we're having to fund out of it. So you can sort of come about it from both ways. And I think that's going to be new, and that's where you're going to be able to hopefully give us some direction as to what you want to include. Again, we've had lots of discussions about about different initiatives, especially with, I believe, safety and security. So those will be, you'll be able to choose what you want to include in the budget based on the superintendent's recommendation. So again, I think we've got an awful lot. We want to talk about it first in the one-on-ones so we can make sure we deal with individual concerns, and then on the 6th, we'll come back as a whole so that it can be, again, you'll have your opportunity then to discuss as an entire board.
Thank you very much. I didn't want to jump ahead, just trying to get a general idea, and just off the cuff, if I was going to provide input to my colleagues and the superintendent, it would be to immediately add people to your department so that we had all of the information that we need when we need it to make these big decisions. Very much appreciate you, and I know you're working 24/7, and you are appreciated. Thank you. Just
you.
to go on with my comments, and I just want to reinforce that big changes are needed. The data shows it in and of itself. The workloads show it. The student numbers show it. That is a given. When I listen to this proposal, I actually feel like I'm listening to what I hope to be the interview process and choosing this board, choosing the next superintendent. I'm looking at a plan for how we're going to move the district, and for me, I'm real interested in comparing what all those plans look like with each one of the expertise, quality, and wisdom that each board member brings to this board. There's big decisions that are mere weeks in front of us. I look at the pre-K support and the pre-K team that was eliminated at the district level. At the same time, a team of pre-K supports 4 schools, and at the same time, a recommendation to add 4 executive directors. And I'm not going to say that we don't need to restructure. We do. But I look at a plan as comprehensive. I look at conversations of everything being significantly dependent on stakeholder input as well as the data. I look at the conversation that was extraordinarily high quality today on professional learning communities, how we're moving those in professional development. And a lot of what was said was codependent on ESSER dollars. And for the public, those are COVID relief dollars that will end at the end of this upcoming school year. So again, a recommendation to be adding, how are we going to sustain things? What is the long-term plan? And I'm, very interested in a comprehensive plan being presented by superintendent candidates and how this district is going to move and unite. Each board member has had something to add from, a north, a south, a being, how are we uniting, the numbers, et cetera, et cetera. But for me, that is the job of who will take the superintendent position and the big picture thereof. If I'm going to look at 4 executive directors with the things that I've mentioned, I want an organizational chart in front of me. I want to know what it means in that organizational chart and how that trees down to principals in the school and to teachers in the classroom, and what are those outcomes. This is big changes needed, agreeing with everything. However, I cannot piecemeal this when we are weeks away from the cusp of where this district is going to move next. We look at the curriculum departments, the grants, the professional learning communities, the proposed 2-year solution tree. How does that all fit in? What is the big picture, and how does it all network together? What stuck out to me when I look at 4 executive directors, the recommendation coming right now is it leaves no human resources executive director. That just draws a huge blank for me. And I don't think that for me this is necessarily a deliberation right now. I actually think that it is, me speaking as everyone has had the opportunity to do, this is actually an interview for who's going to make these big changes in our district. that's pretty much where I stand. I am in support of some big changes, not at this time, not in this fashion. And for me, it is all codependent on those budget pieces, which I hold myself at large most accountable for. And one of my colleagues mentioned the job descriptions that are in the agenda for this afternoon's board meeting, and those job descriptions are matching these executive director positions. And I feel like the cart is definitely coming before there are the horses. So I'm not in favor of this right now. I'm in favor of change. I'm in favor of a plan, and I'm in favor of high quality and getting all of you sitting out there help. But I want to know, bottom line, where is it going in our schools? So I don't think this is the day or the time and or to be looking at job descriptions in isolation. And up is Mrs. Marinelli, please.
Thank you. I just, when I talk about, I want to, look at the school budgets and the district budget, I was under the impression from our one-to-ones that there were instructional staff that were eliminated at the district level. Anything that's eliminated at the district level that provides direct support to schools, it cascades down that the schools are going to have to make adjustments. So when I talk about possibly cuts, we can say realigning people or whatever, but if they have less support in the instructional realm from the district level, they have to make that up. So that's why I want to make sure and look at that our schools have exactly what they need, and then everybody out here has the supports that they need, because I look at all your faces and you're tired because there is so much on a daily basis. We have referendum dollars. We have a big budget. We're the second largest employer of Sarasota County. So that budget has to be looked like with that in mind, and we can't piecemeal it. We have to look at everything because our kids don't get a second chance. So I can't support that right now. Doesn't mean I don't agree with some of the things, but I need to look at the big picture. And I do think that those job descriptions should be pulled from tonight's budget, from the agenda for us to approve, and we wait. That's my suggestion to my colleagues. Thank you.
I'm in agreement with that, and I see a head nodding to pull job descriptions from the agenda this evening. And up next is Dr. Foster, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the feedback. Couple things. So yes, we can definitely pull those job descriptions tonight. As I had shared, one of the reasons we were trying to move forward, and I had kind of put this off, these last few weeks, was just because of the timeline with the start of school. So we can definitely bring that back. And I initially did start with a realignment. I know there was some question as to whether or not to move forward. So with the realignment, I can bring that also forward in the future on the June 6th date. One other thing I just want to share, because I know there's a lot of reference to adding 4 positions. If we look back, even going back to 2008, 2009, prior to the recession, this would put us 1 executive director higher than what we had at that time. So if we go back to 2008, 2009, we had an executive director of the elementary level, middle level, high school level. We had 1 ESE. That ESE now has been split into 2 positions where we've taken student services. So that would be the additional position. Back in 2008, 2009, we had a career and technical position. We had human resources. And they were called directors of leadership development and professional development, but we didn't have director level people in those positions. Both of the people that served in those positions, Kelly Ellington and Wendy Katz, that served in those positions, they were principal on special assignment. They both were hired out of being a principal level position, and I think then they brought those expertise to the table when they took on those roles. That is why my proposal was to not have them labeled as such, but to have them labeled as executive directors, because they actually were more in alignment with that when they were pulled from those school sites. So when looking at 2008 to 2009 versus 22-23, it is an addition of one position, which is the executive director of student services. But I can bring that on a chart moving forward, and I can bring the realignment, because I had initially started that way and had scaled it back, kind of going back and forth as to which direction to go in the interim role. And Ms. Penner will have the entire budget. It is a 3-week window between now and our next meeting, just the way the dates fall. So the first week in June is 3 weeks from today. So that will come forward on June 6th with the overall dollars that will be put into the schools and the dollars that would be potentially proposed for the district level.
Mrs. Marinelli?
Thank you, Dr. Foster. Also, one thing I forgot to mention, the salary study. We've all, on our ones-to-one, got that information, but how is the salary study going to affect the budget? Because we know we have misalignment of positions, so I think that's going to be real important that we get the update on that, and that's part of the whole budgeting process too. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, I just want to thank Dr. Foster for the presentation, and we are moving on to Code of Student Conduct Annual Update with Dr. Clayton, please. And for those of you that are might be watching our workshop today, just a reminder that we will not be doing agenda item number 7. It will be moved to a future date, the transportation update. So friendly reminder of that piece. Dr. Clayton?
Hello, hello.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning or good afternoon now. It's good to see all of you. I just wanted to just take a moment to say thank you for allowing us to come here today. I know that there's a lot and a hefty agenda in front of us today and then behind you, even from all of the great conversation. But we do want to say thank you. So we're here today to talk about the Code of Student Conduct. We have, as you know, a statutory requirement and even a district level requirement to look at our Code of Student Conduct every year. And what we've wanted to do is to move beyond any statutory requirement to, of course, satisfying that, but to move towards collaboration. And we wanted to talk to you about our process today, kind of where we are. We haven't finished our relook at the annual Code of Student Conduct, but today, most importantly, we wanted to let you know where we were and get your feedback in terms of where we are. So I'm really excited. I want to start by just saying thank you to Dr. Foster, to Mr. Renoff, to Mr. Cantis, to Dr. Johnson, to Dr. Cantalupo, to Ms. Jackalone, and to Mrs. Figueroa Albert, and all of the folks in their departments, as well as the folks at our schools. And there's so many people who are involved in this, which you'll hear about. And I want to introduce 2 superstars to you. The superstars, I'll start over here to my far right, is Amanda Rojas. She's an amazing assistant principal, and she is at Brookside Middle School. And she's here to talk about something unique that she has helped facilitate with our Code of Student Conduct this year, as well as last year, and in other ways prior to that as well. Another superstar, you may have heard about her before. She is Mrs. Teal, Brooke Teal. She's a program specialist here at the district office, and she works in the secondary education department in our department. And she has a very, very unique role as well, where she works with dropout prevention, and she works with a number of different areas, including Code of Student Conduct. So we'll just go ahead and get started. What I want to do now is turn it over to Mrs. Teal, and she's going to talk a little bit about the objectives for today.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Thank you, and it's a privilege to be here with you all. So first, we wanted to talk about our objectives. What are our goals every year when we look at the Code of Student Conduct? And as Dr. Clayton said, number one is going to be aligning it to statute, state statute, particularly this year. The updates in Cessor has been a priority for us. So any revisions, deletions, additions that we need to make, and then addressing the needs of the students and our school-based administrators. So having a lot of educational stakeholders and their input at the district, at the school-based level, and then of course our legal team to review that with any additional updates. And then that would go out to the public for review, any feedback from them, to make sure that we are aligning. Obviously in education we are all a team at the district level, the school-based level, of course our amazing school board, and parents and family support. And then that finalized product would come back to you for your final decision. So that's the objectives every year when we're looking at our student code of conduct and all of us working together for student success.
Thank you all.
Oh, sorry. And now Amanda's going to talk about our sequence of activities and our events that we have completed so far are ready to bring it to today to you.
And thank you all for having us. Thank you, Dr. Clayton, for asking me to be part of this team. So the sequence of the activities are in front of you as far as the dates there. So we spend a good amount of time essentially meeting weekly, sometimes more than that, as work groups, just to ask different stakeholders to join in that conversation, going through each of the areas of the Code of Conduct. And that includes staff, students, parents, department contacts, and that way we are connecting everyone together for that shared discussion for any feedback, any changes, obviously then going back and making sure that those all align with statute, as well as that our community agrees with all of those updates and changes. And so this just outlines really the dates for that. When we look at the June 6th date, that is going to be the board meeting where we are looking at approval for that, hopefully on the draft, and then it will be advertised to the community for any feedback from the community on the Code of Student Conduct changes.
Okay, so what we wanted to be able to do today, just give you an idea of some of the things that we're talking about this year with updates for our Code of Student Conduct. The first thing that's on this slide is the 45-day intervention support. And a few weeks ago, we had a great conversation here at the school district where we talked about what that model might look like. And I know that you have information that you're considering, and obviously that would be something that would work its way into the Code of Student Conduct, whatever the final decision will be from that. So I won't go into that too much. Next, we'll have Mrs. Teal talk a little bit about the Code of Student Conduct, and then Mrs. Rojas will give you an update immediately after that in terms of what the dress code looks like, and we gave you some information with that, and then I'll tell you briefly about special magistrate.
Awesome. So we have had extensive interdepartmental collaboration with the Code of Student Conduct, and as a district, you know, that's an area that we are very strong with. So we have had feedback from the technology department, student services, our school police, our Office of Safe Schools, our ESE department, and we have all been looking at how we can make this Code of Student Conduct, like I said, most up to date with state statutes, but particularly this year, the big emphasis has been aligning to Cessor and making those updates. For example, our Office of Safe Schools and our school police officers noticed some changes that would need to be made this year that would align more to the direct lingo for the new Cessor update. So we've been working through, like Mrs. Rojas said, multiple times a week, follow-up meetings and emails to make sure that this is the most up-to-date and aligned with state statutes. And we're looking forward to continuing to meet and have those interdepartmental conversations on how to support students.
For the dress code portion of the Code of Student Conduct, last year students were added to the work group, and so this year we had 27 members present for our work group session. That included staff, students, parents, school-based administrators, as well as district administrators. And the majority of the school staff also have students in the district, so they really kind of brought the lens from both perspectives. And it is just such a unique opportunity. I think we had it scheduled for an hour. It ended up going like an hour and 40 minutes, and we probably could have gone another hour. So just really having some true dialogue on where we see these expectations and how can we make sure they're very clear for community members as well as parents when they're moving to our area and they want to know what the dress code is. And so it's just a really great opportunity to have everyone join together. I actually wrote a couple quotes. One of the students had said, we do not sacrifice a formal environment when they were talking about dress code. And so it's really neat to hear what students have to say about their thoughts on their day-to-day, because they are a crucial part of why we are all here. This is what we do. We're here to support students so that they are being the best they can be in their environment. And so there are a few small changes to this year's code of conduct regarding dress code. The main piece was that parents really wanted the statute added in there, the state statute regarding dress code, that this isn't just created by the group that is present talking about this, but that there is a guideline from the state for this. And so there were a few small verbiage changes that include adding the school advisory councils as part of the stakeholder group, as well as adding that we need to have our IDs on and visible, and that is, across the board, staff, students. And then there was a lot of conversation about the shorts. And so that was probably one of our biggest pieces from parents and students. And I think we all landed in a very good place, which will be part of that draft that is proposed to the school board.
Okay, so thank you. And one of the things I just wanted to say is to give Mrs. Rojas a compliment as a facilitator of that conversation. I just think it was awesome. We was able to come to consensus, and the families and the students that were there, even the staff, we didn't always see that eye to eye. There was diverging viewpoints, but at the end of the day, we were able to come out with a really great outcome that we'll get to you as a recommendation, and also get your feedback. The last work group that we have related to Code of Student Conduct is Special Magistrate, which is something that's new that we have to do quite a bit of training on. To be honest with you, we haven't taken it to that level yet. We've done that training. We want to get that to you to look at first. So Special Magistrate is new legislation that has come out, and it's related to 6 different areas, which I won't go into too much. We'll give you more details for the June 6th meeting, of course. But with the Special Magistrate, it gives families an opportunity, once they've expressed a concern related to 6 different areas, to the school and to the district, and if they feel it hasn't been resolved, to take it to a Special Magistrate area, which is legislation at the state level. So there's more to come on that. We did bring together a group to kind of work through the procedures after we've talked to, of course, our school board representation, our school board council, as well as other district folks. So more to come on that, so we can be in compliance with that statutory update. So there are so many different pieces related to Code of Student Conduct. We want to make sure that we're in a good place, and I just wanted to emphasize that we really would like to hear your feedback. I know that you are close to many stakeholders in our community. Hopefully some of those stakeholders we're collaborating with as well. So we just wanted to just touch base with you and to see if there's anything else you would like for the work groups to consider as we move forward.
I see Mrs. Marinelli, please.
Thank you. I know that you mentioned the Cessor and the updates, because, when we had that last presentation about Cessor, all of us had questions about, especially the younger grades, getting those Cessors for behavior. So I think I would like to have more on that and before, because I know the last thing that was said was at the principal's discretion. So I would like to see more thought on that of having a Cessor, especially if it's a sexual in nature, be on a 5, 6, 7-year-old that follows them all the way through college. So to come up with something that would really be age appropriate for that, and still be in compliance with the law. I don't ever want to mess with that. And then I just have thank yous. And I just have a question on the dress code, knowing how hard that is, especially at our large high schools, to follow I'm assuming it's the administrators that are going to be looking for kids that aren't appropriately dressed. I mean, that's been a big issue at our schools of who's going to be the ones. I know when I was at Booker High, Dr. Shelley, just, it's all part of her whole being of, quietly, put your strap up, or you cover your strap up, or pull your pants up. Never made a big deal out of it. So, and the kids all complied. So I just want to know how's that going to be implemented.
You want to take that one?
So there's actually some feedback that parents had brought up as well, is just that consistency across the district. And some parents were very vocal as far as they feel like some schools, that the enforcement is not the same depending on the different schools. And so I think really just going back to what is that district dress code, and just really making sure parents have, that they are aware of it. What are those family meetings looking like at the beginning of school, making sure the message gets out to families. And I absolutely agree as far as the discreetness. I can tell you, like in the cafeteria, if I see a hood up, it just, I don't even have to walk over to the student. It's just a very discreet, and everyone, we're all on the same page, so they just get the memo, the hood goes down. Same thing if we've got, spaghetti straps, just quick little reminder. But I agree, though, as far as just that enforcement and ensuring we get the message out to our families across all of our schools. Absolutely.
Mr. Edwards, please.
Thank you. I'm not even going to touch dress code. And I appreciate that you did, so thank you. I don't know if this is the right place, and we have so much on all of our plates right now, but I want to put this out there as something that I think is fairly urgent, and it has to do with mental health and social media. And what I would love to see is a student-driven focus group first. This is just me speaking, I'm not an educator, but starting there and hearing what their concerns are, what they see as some of the problems with social media and pitfalls, and how it interacts and prevents, high academic achievement or mental health pitfalls. I think the second piece from that place would also be guidelines from parents, but in their own group. So that and then I would think that teachers and administrators would be doing the jig if they got guidelines about social media from students and parents. So that's just me. It's a huge problem from mental health for our teens. And if we could get their input first, instead of us telling them what they should do, let's hear what their thoughts are of how it trips them up. And again, not right away, but I put it on our radar.
Oh, I love that idea. I think that's a really, really great suggestion as well. It reminds me of the superintendent's forum that, Mr. Kentis and, our superintendents, they've done, where they get that feedback and making that an explicit conversation there. I love that. Thank you.
Mr. Enos?
Yeah, only comment I'd have is that I'm obviously working on this for a long time with student conduct. What I would request is that whatever we're doing regarding to the Leadership Academy over the summer, is I think that without a question, just looking at when can you or can you not issue a tobacco citation through the state of Florida. I mean, I think that there needs to be something as training for all the assistant principals who are doing, or principals who are doing student discipline, because I know that it varies. I was at a middle school and they were telling me a story, a situation, and I said, well, this is what the law says you should do. And I think that would be very helpful to be able to understand what's the difference between a civil citation, what a probable cause affidavit is, what is a non-criminal, as you still can make recommendations administratively to teen court for violations, or this is, the tobacco citation to the state of Florida. I think it would be really good to be able to make sure to have some type of training that puts everybody on the same page so that there's a little more consistency, because I know it kind of varies within the discretionary piece, but sometimes it varies so much that people aren't necessarily doing what they should be doing because they don't think they can, and that's just a lack of training because they're new to the position. So I would hope that, it would be added in the summer to be able to give additional training on the code of conduct, because I know that parents, a lot of emails that they send are, well, my kid did this, or what's with bullying, is this bullying, isn't it bullying, there's so much out there that at least administratively, I think with some training on it, I think would clear up and make your lives, I would assume, a lot easier, so. But other than that, thanks for everything you do. You've done a great job all those years, too.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I do want to reinforce the social media piece and wholeheartedly agree that we need more and to be inclusive of our students. It is, in my experience, at the heart of most everything that happens. But looking at where I know every board member has talked about getting in front of things, what are we offering to parents registering for pre-K or kindergarten? Because having had many thousands of adolescents, once they get that cell phone in their hand, good luck getting it out. And yes, there's positive uses, but I think that, it's a benefit. There's research on it, and there are schools that are actually putting their emphasis on providing parents coming into schools with the knowledge of how that evolves through adolescence and young adulthood. So again, I agree with my colleagues, but want to re-emphasize getting in front of things. And from a dress code perspective, we are in the business of academic achievement and quality schools in, I think, framing things in dressing for that success is really going to be the solution to whatever you come up with.
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Thank you. Those
you.
are really good comments. I'm sorry.
No, thank you very much.
Okay.
You have something you want to add?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. So I love those suggestions and the feedback that you're giving. I really do. And I'm so thankful that we have these work groups where we have different members of our district who are representing, so we can take this feedback to the group. So we're not making unilateral decisions. We're just trying to have the thoughts of the school board members and your vision really be implemented and manifested within the Code of Student Conduct. So I do want to thank you for that feedback and this chance. So we'll keep working. We'll keep working. Our goal is to have a Code of Student Conduct in place for the start of the school year. Dress code obviously is really important, so we want to get to you before the end of the school year. So thank you for getting us in here for this meeting today. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks goes to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to, since just again a reminder that we will be moving the transportation update agenda item 7 to a future date. Before we break for lunch, member comments. Do we have any of my colleagues that, Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. The first thing I want to talk about is the solution tree conversation that we had in conjunction with surveys. And with all due respect to my colleagues, we may have had PLCs since 2005, but when I got here, nada. So what I see is that a organization that we contracted with has driven a year and a half of what appears to me as an individual board member of positive, really positive feedback about the company, and I see results from them. So if we're going to have surveys that will, I don't know how, if this is even possible before June 6th, that we get this data, it should include Solution Tree in that survey so that we get some feedback about it. And my concern, again, from my perspective, just one individual board member, is that if we change companies, is that another reset, and do we have to, and I'm looking to make it as seamless as possible, and that's just my feedback. Lastly, my only other comment here is I'm not positive. I'm getting a little frustrated with these marathon days. For me personally, and somebody made I think it was Mrs. Marinelli made a comment about looking at our staff. They're here for that amount of time, and I think, and I don't know where this goes in terms of agenda review. Our chair is not here today, but it was okay, I think, for January, February, because we were trying to get new board members up to speed and get through a bunch of stuff, but it should not be the lay of the law of the land, is my feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I had mentioned that with great sincerity in agenda review that we need a Plan B from my individual perspective, and I thank you for bringing it up. I agree with you. I don't want to change professional learning community growth and the momentum that we have. I think that we can have, some feedback of some nature. And also keep in mind that, having, as you've heard from more than myself, that we've been down this road before with professional learning communities, extraordinarily valuable, that it doesn't necessarily depend on one training scope and sequence. We had brought in, people that bring different expertise and wisdom to create a whole package. And again, as we move forward, and I know that every board member, all of us, want to unite and have leadership that we can all agree on that brings quality to our community and to our students. So I'm giving credit to what you're saying and asking you to be open-minded, that there's multiple ways to look at it. And I'm, as one board member, I'm not fixated on one, but look forward to feedback, and appreciate your input, Mr. Edwards. Mrs. Marinelli, please.
I just would like to add, on the professional learning communities, the solution trees, I think we're going to find whatever is being used that is deemed appropriate. It's going to have to be screened just because of the fact that through our new legislative things, whether it's SEL or CASEL, it's going to have to be screened, and then what our curriculum department is, and I think they're just working above and beyond to try to make sure everything that is taught or presented follows the legislation. So I think getting any of those curriculums or whatever the word you want to use, they get that feedback to the publisher and then they make the changes. So it does take, there could be a presenter that comes in, we've had that before, like Doug Fisher, we've had all kinds of, that supports the whole professional learning community. But I do agree, I don't want to throw out what everybody has been using, especially if the feedback from the teachers is that they really like it, and then we see improvement in our scores. So I just want to say that, and that to know that everything has to be screened to make sure it follows the new legislation. And then I wanted to, if I could, just to be indulged for a few minutes, I think all of us, I try to, when I get emails from people in the public, I try to look to see if it's been sent to all of us. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about here, it has been. And it was like, why are the gender guidelines still on our website? And I asked our superintendent, and they're like, well, it's not. Well, I started digging last night, and it took me a while, and it is. And it's on Chapter 2.00, School Board Governance and Organization, Policy Prohibiting Discrimination and Harassment, 2.71, and it's all under Title IX. And it says, please see Creating Safe Schools for All Students, Gender Diverse Guidelines, issued by the District LGBTQIA Task Force for additional definitions and guidance on topics related to gender diverse students. It was adopted on 8/4/2020. No revision was listed. And then on October, the Creating Safe Schools for All Students, Gender Diverse Student Guidelines, October 2018, revised 3/25/22. And The executive summary, A, the task force reviewed the school board policy against discrimination students, 2.71. The task force agreed that no changes were necessary to the policy. And then you have gender diverse guidelines. A is the glossary. Number 1, LGBTQIA questions and answers. Advancing equity, protecting the civil rights of our students. Now, I am not saying that I agree or disagree with any of this, but this has not been updated to go with the new legislation. So I would like the superintendent to look into this and come back to the board with what needs to be done, and I'd like our school board attorney to take a look at all this to make sure that we are in compliance, that all our kids are safe, and that we need to make sure to dig into really deep where some of these stuff are, because it's our responsibility as constitutional officers, whether we agree with it or disagree, that's not the point, that we need to be in compliance with the law. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Marinelli. Mr. Enos?
Yeah, just a real quick comment. Today, just a shout out to our law enforcement partners. You know, we had a couple of different incidents that occurred today at campuses, which I think that some of the parents are going to be aware of, that they'll be receiving information from the district. One of the things is just be advised that any type of threat that the district gets was going to be investigated to the fullest, as well as to make sure that we do everything within best practices and standards to make sure that we keep our kids safe. Conversations been had with the superintendent. One of the things that I would suggest is if your child is struggling or has any issues as it relates to because we do know that when you go into continual lockdowns or evacuations, that it does, it does weigh on your mental health. That I know that there's a great group of counselors that are available at all of our schools to be able to help our kids. And if your child is struggling and has anything recording because of what's going on, to make sure that they're able to move forward and get any questions or get the relief that they need. But again, our administrators and superintendent, as well as all of the school police department and our local law enforcement, safety is of the utmost importance, and every single thing is going to be investigated, and to make sure that we do everything we can to keep our kids safe. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Enos. Mrs. Marinelli?
I'm sorry, I have one more thing to add for the superintendent and our school board attorney. It's out there that, and I saw this on social media, which I hate, but guidelines are not brought before the board. And I think guidelines need to be included with policy, procedures that come before the board. Because I don't want to be blindsided like I felt like I was last night when I asked specifically district staff if there was anything and I was told no. So I think we need to look at the guidelines need to be part of what the board reviews, because we need to know what is in our policies and procedures and guidelines for when we are asked questions. So that is something I'd like our school board attorney to look into and our superintendent. So thank you.
Seeing no further comments, I would like to ask Dr. Foster to put advertising policy on the list of future items and upcoming workshops, in that we have new legislation. We'll be looking at updating policy, and from a fiduciary standpoint, we have options of cost savings by not paying for local media publish advertising. So on a future workshop that is in line with when we would be spending those funds, would please be put on the agenda for consideration. And Mr. Duggan, I'm sure, could be involved in, I know months ago he was going to be researching that piece. Not seeing any further comments. Once again, we are breaking for lunch. Transportation update, agenda item 7 will be on a future agenda. And Mr. Edwards, I wholeheartedly agree, we need to look at doing a better job scheduling versus our current method. And we will be reconvening at 2:30 for executive session. Is that correct, Mr. Duggan? The board will come back to the dais in the chamber to call that executive session to order, and then going into.
So yes, according to the schedule, it's at 2:30, but it looks like it's in room 130A, not here in the chambers.
Right, but don't we have to come here and call it to order, or?
No, not for collective bargaining purposes or safety and security, only for the litigation discussions.
Okay, so basically we can adjourn the workshop for today, and okay, thank you very much for that information. Looking to adjourn today's workshop. I thank my colleagues, all the presenters, and it's a great workshop, and we will be convening this evening at 6:00 p.m. for the board meeting. Thank you all.